Look what I just got. Can't say where I got these, but I got enough to make either the best 4th of July or a very weird court appearance. That's probably fine.
This one's called Sky Obliterator, I think. The warning label's in Russian, and it came with a rosary. If I lose fur over this, worth it. Holy fuck, boys, that last one almost blew out my eardrum. We got plenty more fireworks left. It's gonna get wild. I think this one might start World War III. If I don't see you boys again, just know I went out with a bang.
Look what I just got. Can't say where I got these.
Oh, happy 4th of July, everybody. How's it going? Happy Thursday night. I saw that video. I thought it was pretty cool considering that this, I know there's a lot of people talking about that this technically isn't the 250th anniversary of the United States, but tomorrow will be the 250th Independence Day because the first Independence Day was July 4th, 1776. And so counting that one and tomorrow is 250. So, happy 250th 4th of July Independence Day to America tomorrow. All right. So just wanted to say that, and then we're gonna get into some news a little bit in a second. There is a goal a goal on the stream tonight, which if it's not a big goal, it's 10 $5 super chats or higher for to go past 2 hours, to go for 3 or 4 hours. So if that's what people want, they want to spend $5, $10, past 50, and then boom, we'll go for a couple more hours. So we're going to and as usual, the first hour will be on X, Facebook, and Rumble and YouTube, and then after the first hour, it will be just YouTube and Rumble. Let's jump right into the first story of the evening. It's up here. Oh, no, I want this, right? Cancel. Which one? That's the one I want, yes. All right, so first story of the evening is going to talk about some weird court cases that have happened. And so the first one is there was a ruling out of a crazy judge saying that basically Trump doesn't have the power to stop an invasion at the border. So we'll get into this. It says, the court holds that Article 4 does not vest any additional power that the president does not have under Article 2. Question is whether that effectively makes the guarantee clause superfluous in terms of actually authority to repel an invasion. Federal judge rules against Trump. Says, lawfare. Just days after SCOTUS outlawed nationwide junctions, Obama Judge Randolph Moss has circumvented the ruling by creating a global protected class that includes every current and future illegal alien, allowing them to claim asylum. The magic phrase Soros and USAID-backed NGOs teach every illegal alien on their journey to the U.S.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller is blasting the ruling. He wrote on X, quote, "To try to circumvent the Supreme Court ruling on nationwide injunctions, a Marxist judge has declared that all potential future illegal aliens on foreign soil, a large portion of planet Earth, are part of a protected global class entitled to admission into the United States," end quote. And Jillian, as for what happens next, Judge Moss says his ruling blocking Trump's executive order won't take effect for 2 weeks. That's in order to give time for the Trump administration to appeal and also to prepare at the border to start restoring those asylum claims.
So this judge basically is trying to tell Trump that he has to let people in for asylum. So it's just nuts. It says federal judge rules against Trump on use of invasion powers to expedite deportation. In Washington, D.C., District Court Judge Randolph Moss has issued a notable decision against the Trump administration in Refugee and Immigrant Center for Legal and Education Services, v. Nome. Judge Moss rejected the use of Trump's January 20th invasion executive proclamation to block undocumented immigrants from pursuing asylum applications and other legal pathways. The court essentially rules that the guarantee clause of Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution is something of a paper tiger, finding that states are protected from invasion, but affording the president no additional powers to carry out that guarantee. We have previously discussed the guarantee clause and efforts of states to claim an invasion to allow them to cross the border during the Biden administration when millions were allowed to enter the country. The clause states that the United States shall guarantee every state in the Union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. Notably, Judge Moss does not resolve the question of what constitutes an invasion because he finds that it does not matter. The clause is more rhetorical and actually, in the terms of authority, doesn't afford President Trump any additional power to negate or supplant federal laws. It says, for reason that follows, the court concludes that neither the INA statute nor the Constitution grants the president or the agency its authority to replace the comprehensive rules and procedures set forth in the INA and the governing regulations with any extra statutory, extra regulatory regime for repatriating or removing individuals from the United States without an opportunity to apply for asylum or withholding of removal and without complying with regulations governing CAT protections. That's the something about something against torture. Something against torture. The INA, by its terms, provides the sole and exclusive means for removing people already present in the country. This is where it's ridiculous because so basically what he's saying is so you get invaded by an army and they go, well, they can claim asylum and then you couldn't kick the army out. This guy is nuts. And the Department of Justice correctly concludes less than 9 months ago that 1182 or 1185A provide the president with the unilateral authority to limit the rights of aliens present in the United States to apply for asylum. Defendants' reliance on the Constitution's guarantee that the United States shall protect each state against invasion, United States Constitution Article 4 Invasion Clause, fails for the same reason. Defendants themselves place little or no independent reliance on the Invasion Clause and instead merely suggest that the president plays some role in protecting the states against invasion. Even assuming that is correct, the defendants do not dispute that Congress plays the primary role in crafting the governing rules and that under the Youngstown framework, to Youngstown, Jackson concurring, the president may not act in derogation of the laws that Congress has enacted. Although relevant precedent is sparse, the Supreme Court has opined that responsibility for carrying into effect the guarantee clause is primarily a legislative power. I don't understand how they're going to legislate against an invasion. that it rests with Congress to determine the means proper to be adopted to fulfill the guarantee against domestic violence. There is no reason to believe the invasion clause, which appears in the very same sentence of Article 4 as these provision allocates responsibility any differently. That conclusion finds further support in Article 1 of the Constitution, moreover, which grants Congress the power to provide for calling forth the militia to repel invasions. Yeah, but then you have the Militia Clause, the Militia Act of 1796 that gives the president the authority to call forth the militia. So, leaving little doubt that the responsibility under the invasion clause is at the very least shared between the political branches. Finally, it's far from clear that the invasion clause confers any power to act that is not found elsewhere in Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution. Unlike Article 4, Section 4, which speaks in terms of responsibility of the United States to protect the states, Article 1 and 2 speak in terms of powers vested in Congress and the President to perform their constitutional responsibilities. If the President lacks authority under the vesting clause of Article 2 to supplant the INA with an alternative set of immigration laws, that power cannot be found in Article 4, Section 4. This is a matter of first impression for the courts, and there are good faith arguments on both sides. The court is saying that Article 4, Section 4 does not vest any additional powers that the President does not have under Article 2. The question, however, is whether that effectively makes the guarantee clause superfluous and meaningless in terms of actual authority to repel an invasion. I don't have an answer for that question. Can the president call all Dems an invasion? I don't think so, because they're citizens. Most of the people are supposed to be citizens. There's also a separate issue of Judge Moss's own authority in issuing relief. The ruling runs against the grain after the Supreme Court recent ruling against national or universal injunctions in Trump v. Casa. The relief here is sweeping. The court did allow for universal injunctions in national class action cases. The court narrowly construes the injunction under this particular law. It acknowledges that it cannot, under prior precedent, issue class-wide injunctive relief. However, it finds the equivalent in framing the relief. The court is persuaded that it lacks authority to issue a class-wide injunction requiring the agency and defendants to comply with 1231b3, and the court accordingly will not do so. But that does not mean the court must deny the principal injunctive relief that the plaintiffs seek. That is, an order precluding the agency defendants from implementing the proclamation. Among other things, as noted above, the proclamation expressly refers to asylum, but says nothing about withholding of removal, and although the proclamation purports to suspend access to the provisions of the INA or prevent continued presence in the United States, Proclamation 2.3, withholding of removal, does not permit aliens to remain in the United States. It merely specifies to where an alien may be removed. This will now proceed on appeal and ultimately could reach the Supreme Court. There is another invasion case pending in the Fifth Circuit that concerns the President's authority under the Alien Enemies Act. So that's basically it. Ever since the Supreme Court said, tried to rein in the powers of these courts, these lower, inferior, tyrannical, black robe judges, district court judges. Now they're just trying to find loopholes and end runs and end rounds to do stuff, which, we should have expected that to happen. We really should have. Lawfare. Now that a federal judge is forcing Trump to grant amnesty to every illegal that knows the secret phrase, we need an army of immigration judges to hear the fake claims. Lay judges are the answer. Send this to Trump, DHS, and ICE. Yeah, we're going to read that. If the Democrat Party was not a lawyer employment project, what would it be doing differently? Oh. The ruling today by Judge Moss is relatively simple in a complex way. I haven't studied enough yet to be settled on all the details, but here seems to be the rub. By statute, under the Immigration and Nationality Act, anyone inside the U.S. can apply for asylum, regardless of how they got here. The administrative problem is that Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed 10 million people to come into the U.S. I'd say it's closer to 20 million, 25 million, so he's wrong. The administration issued an executive order suspending asylum claims. It can suspend admissions by refugees who claim asylum that they are outside the U.S. But for people inside, the statute doesn't give them that authority. This is the very reason behind the Remain in Mexico policy from his first administration, force asylum seekers to remain outside the U.S. until their asylum claim is determined. But Biden allowed them in, And now there is a process in the INA for how you get them out. Once in, they get to ask for asylum. But 99% of asylum claims are denied because economic migrants don't qualify. You can't ask for asylum based on that you will have a better life in the U.S. It goes back to the foundational problem. The Biden administration and Democrats knew the playbook to crippling the deportation system was simply to overwhelm it with numbers it could never deal with. So that's what they did. Tom Fitton says, judicial coup, contempt of Supreme Court. Justice Kagan. Oh, wait, no, this is not the story I wanted. Wait a minute. Okay, all right. I guess that's the end of that story. Okay, so this is moving on to another story that's similar, that's interconnected, but it's not exactly the same thing. So, judicial coup, contempt of Supreme Court. Justice Kagan joins conservative justices in slapping back judicial coupster who sought to do an end run around earlier Supreme Court decision to allow certain real Donald Trump deportations to proceed. Kagan writes, I do not see how a district court can compel compliance with an order that this court has stayed. Keith Gross says judicial immunity only applies to official acts within the scope of employment. A district judge defying SCOTUS would have a hard time arguing that he was within his job duties. Maybe. And then our good friend Andrew Branca says, unelected black-robed tyrannical inferior district trial court judge Brian Murphy, raised to the bench this past December after Trump was elected, must be impeached and removed from the bench. After SCOTUS froze Judge Murphy's lawless injunction demanding Trump return vile, murderous, illegal immigrants from Africa back to the U.S., Judge Murphy nevertheless sought to compel the White House to comply with his lawless injunction by rephrasing the issue as the White House having to make remedy for having earlier failed to comply with his lawless injunction. Head spinning yet? Yeah, for SCOTUS too. Today, SCOTUS clarified its freezing of Murphy's lawless injunction as freezing everything to do with Murphy's lawless injunction. Even Kagan, who had dissented from SCOTUS's original stay of Murphy's lawless injunction, agreed with the majority here that there is no way Murphy could impose sanctions for an alleged violation of an injunction deemed by SCOTUS to have been lawless. Yes, Branca does. So do I. Branca is on point. Branca's videos have been just killing lately. He is doing the Lord's work lately. Murphy sought to be too clever by half and exposed himself as unfit for the federal bench. Breaking, Supreme Court just gave Trump complete victory on deportation of illegals to Africa. Huge win for Trump and SCOTUS clarifying, yes, a stay is a stay. The motion for clarification is granted. Our June 23rd order stayed the April 18th preliminary injunction in full. The May 21st remedial order cannot now be used to enforce an injunction that our stay rendered unenforceable. The district court's order, the court staying order divests the district court order of enforceability. Even if we accept the respondent's characterization of the May 21st order, such a remedy would serve to coerce the government into compliance and would be unenforceable given our stay of the underlying injunction. The right to remedial relief falls with an injunction which events prove was erroneously issued, and a fortiori when the injunction or restraining order was beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Citation and footnote omitted. Oh, well, look at this. Julio Scissors for $10. Julio wants to go longer than 2 hours, it seems. Thank you, Julio, for your contribution. J.H. Swalback, how you doing, buddy? Glad to see you here. I did, at the beginning of the show, I did say that there was a goal. It's just a small goal, $5 or 10 $5 super chats or higher, so $50, and I will go longer than 2 hours, 3-4 hours, something like that. I will get through the 72 links that I have, tabs that I have open. I will try to get through every one of them tonight. Breaking, Supreme Court just gave Trump complete victory on deportations of illegals to Africa. Today just keeps getting better and better. The Supreme Court had already lifted an injunction against President Trump's deportation of criminal illegal aliens to South Sudan and Africa, but apparently the lower court Biden judge was still trying to hold the Trump administration to one of their injunctions. Today, the Supreme Court clarified that the ruling on June 23rd referred to all of Judge Murphy's injunctions, clearing the way for DHS to go ahead and move these illegals from Djibouti, because it's pretty tight, Djibouti. You don't want to keep them in your Djibouti for long, where they are currently being held, to South Sudan. Here's the clarification. Breaking, SCOTUS issues clarification about its June 23rd order involving rulings by Massachusetts federal Judge Murphy. Trump administration argued Murphy was in defiance of the Supreme Court order. SCOTUS confirms that its June 23rd order applies to rulings by Murphy on both April 18th and May 21st. Dissent by Sotomayor and Jackson. This is what the Supreme Court Justice Jackson and Sotomayor goes. Today's order clarifies only one thing: other litigants must follow the rules, but the administration has the Supreme Court on speed dial. I mean, these people want to play games, I swear. Yeah, SCOTUS issues clarification. Trump administration argument was in defiance. Supreme Court SCOTUS confirms. Supreme Court agrees to pause a lower court order that had blocked the deportation of a group of migrants. And these, just so everyone's clear, this was a group of like 7 people who were all convicted like murderers, rapists, pedophiles, the worst people in the world that were already served their prison sentences and now, been ordered to get out of the country for a long time. And for some reason, that we were being told that no, you can't force these convicted murderers and pedophiles and other rapists and stuff. You can't get rid of them. That's crazy. Yeah. Supreme Court agrees to pause a lower court order that had blocked the deportation of a group of migrants with criminal records to South Sudan, clearing the way for the men to be moved from a military base in Djibouti, where they've been held for weeks. Man, they've been up in Djibouti for weeks. That's crazy. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't ask them just to bend over and cough. Maybe they would have fell out of Djibouti. Oh, Andrew and Farron, those were some funny days. They were. I still talk to Andrew every now and again. I'd love to have him on sometime, but he's very busy. His show is way blown up. He covers all the stuff in the dweeb world, anime stuff. So he's huge. Yeah. Says Jaime says, I agree that Trump needs to play the judicial games, but with this Trump SCOTUS ruling, he really needs to ignore these rogue judges. Basically, the Supreme Court just gave him leeway to say, like, hey, if it's an unlawful, Trump doesn't have to follow lawless orders. Yeah, I miss Jeff too. I regret I never got to stream with Jeff. I was glad to be a mod of his for many years, but I never got to stream with. I don't think I ever streamed with him. Pretty sure. I don't think I was around. Mm-hmm. Supreme Court rules the Trump administration could send to South Sudan a group of men currently be held in the military base in Djibouti. Mm-hmm. And then the Attorney General weighed in on this. Yet another rogue district judge has been rebuked by the Supreme Court thanks to the tireless work of dedicated DOJ attorneys. POTUS will continue to exercise its full authority to remove killers and violent criminal illegal aliens from our country. Supreme Court clears the way for Trump administration to deport migrants held in Djibouti to South Sudan. Yeah, when Joe says Djibouti, it's pretty funny. He's like, get out of Djibouti. This was updated at 6:25 p.m. this evening, so this is the latest, greatest stuff. The Supreme Court on Thursday cleared the way for the Trump administration to deport a group of migrants with criminal records held at the U.S. naval base in Djibouti, clarifying the scope of its earlier order that lifted restrictions on removals to countries that are not deportees' place of origin. Shortly after the ruling, Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security Tricia McLaughlin announced these sickos will be in South Sudan by Independence Day, calling it a win for the rule of law. In a social media post on Thursday evening, in response to the ruling, Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote, "Yet another rogue district judge has been rebuked by the Supreme Court thanks to the tireless work of dedicated DOJ attorneys. Ed POTUS will continue to exercise his full authority to remove killers and violent criminal illegal aliens from our country." The High Court's follow-up ruling came after it paused a federal judge's April injunction that prevented the Trump administration from deporting migrants to so-called third countries. Why is it so-called third countries? They're third countries. It's not so-called. They're not. This is without first giving them notice of the destination and a chance to contest their deportation there by raising fears of torture, persecution, or death. Soon after that order by the Supreme Court last month, U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy said that the decision he issued in May requiring the Trump administration to provide interviews with U.S. asylum officers to the men detained in Djibouti before removing them to South Sudan remained in full force and effect. Those men who hail from Latin America and Asia and have been convicted of serious crimes in the U.S. have been held at the Djibouti base for weeks after Murphy ordered the Department of Homeland Security to retain custody of them. The Trump administration has described deplorable thank you for the $10, J.H. Swalback. So right now we are actually 10, 20, 30, 40% of the way there, right? Yeah, 40% of the way there. We got $20 out of the 50. Did you watch Joe on Andrew Branca's show this morning? Yes, I did. You need to model your show like Branca. Your style is similar, and he gets subs and money. I'm trying. I don't have the legal acumen that Andrew has. I mean, I'm a novice with the law. I just know what I've read. I don't have any formal legal training per se. So I just know the stuff I've read. But I'm trying to do like him, but we'll see what happens. They've been held in the Djibouti base thank you, by the way, for the $10. Have been held at the Djibouti base for weeks after Murphy ordered the Department of Homeland Security to retain custody of them. The Trump administration has described deplorable and dangerous conditions faced by personnel sent to guard the men in Djibouti, including concerns about malaria, rocket attacks, inadequate security protocols, and triple-digit outdoor temperatures. Murphy issued his order in May after finding that the Trump administration violated his initial injunction when it attempted to swiftly remove the migrants to South Sudan with less than 24-hour notice and no chance to raise fear-based claims. The world's youngest country, South Sudan, remains plagued by violence and political instability, with the State Department warning Americans not to travel there. Oh, yeah, I agree on hyphenated. Hyphenated says, since we had dark of night flights in, Trump needs to have dark of night flights out. Yeah, I mean, they need to send them up. That's why I think the alligator Alcatraz thing is a great idea, because they can have the administrative law judges on scene, on station there, and they can just do the hearings, and as soon as they get denied and get an order of removal, they can just put them on a plane and fly them out. One-stop shop. Yes, Bad Hacker. He does keep winning, but they're delaying things as best they can. They're throwing as much, sand and stuff into their gears to try and muck it up and try to keep things from working. And eventually it's going to have to come to the point of where something's going to have to start happening to these judges. They're going to have to either start being impeached or they're going to have to be removed for not operating in good behavior. One of the two. According to the Justice Department, the State Department has received credible diplomatic assurances from South Sudan that the migrants will not be subject to torture. Well, that's cool. They say, please don't, you guys aren't going to torture them, are you? And they go, oh, no, we're not going to torture them. Well, okay, they told us they weren't going to torture them. I mean, Supreme Court on Thursday said Murphy's May order cannot now be used to enforce an injunction that our stay rendered unenforceable, referring to the April injunction from Murphy that the High Court paused last month. Justice Elena Kagan wrote in a concurrent statement that While she opposed the Supreme Court's initial pause, I do not see how a district court can compel compliance with an order that this court has stayed. It's true. In a dissent that was joined by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who does not know what a woman is, by the way, let's just say, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who I thought was the dumbest person to ever serve on a Supreme Court until Ketanji Brown Jackson got on there, said that the High Court's majority was effectively allowing the Trump administration to pursue unlawful ends, expressing concern about the safety of the deportees. It's not our responsibility to keep people safe. It's not. What the only people the government is responsible to keep safe are United States citizens. Oh, okay. Unhyphenated says, okay. It says, Jim, I think you got a fresh approach in a time you will gain the following of just regular folk. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate that. And I understand what you're saying. Now I get it. That's all. It says, I didn't mean talking about law. I meant about asking for support and money, and don't stop your stream to read a super chat. Wait until you get a break. I want you to grow. You know what? That makes more sense, right? Maybe I should do the super chats at the, like, when I'm done with the story. I guess I could do that. I don't get a lot of super chats, so when I get them, I get excited and I read them right away because I want people to be recognized right away that they gave them, you know what I mean, that the money right away. Maybe eventually if I start getting more super chats and start happening, I'll have to. But I really appreciate it, Jade Swalback. You are by far one of my biggest supporter. I'll say that. You are my biggest supporter. And Trumpinator comes in. If I was Trump, I'd use SEAL Team 6 for the judges for $5. I think they're going to use National Guard, judge advocates and stuff. They're just going to bring in National Guardsmen or lawyers from the National Guard, people that work at JAG offices, and use them, which not a bad idea. I mean, they're lawyers. Yeah, I'm a big Steve Miller Band fan too. Steve Miller Band fan too. The legal fight. The Supreme Court's original order last month was a significant legal victory for President Trump and his mass deportation campaign. As part of that effort, administration officials have sought to convince countries around the globe, including in far-flung parts of Africa, to accept deportees who are not their citizens. Several countries, including El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama, and Kosovo, have already agreed to host migrants from other nations who have been deported for the U.S. Kosovo, oof, Panama, wow. The High Court decision in June was unsigned and did not contain any reasoning, prompting questioning as to whether the Trump administration could move to deport the migrants being held in Djibouti to South Sudan, as it was initially trying to do. The three liberal justices, Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, dissented. After Murphy clarified that the Department of Homeland Security could not yet remove the men without first providing them additional process, Solicitor General John D. Sauer sought further word from the justices. Sauer, who represents the government before the court, argued that the justice's decision meant there is no injunction in place barring the deportation of the migrants in Djibouti. Murphy's ruling, he wrote, is a lawless act of defiance that once again disrupts sensitive diplomatic relations and slams the brakes on the executive's lawful efforts to effectuate third country removals. Keep on rocking me, baby. I also like Bad Company, too. You know. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? The whole world will love you. Anyway. This court should immediately make clear that the district court's enforcement order has no effect and put a swift end to the ongoing irreparable harm to the executive branch and its agents. Who remain under baseless threats of contempt as they are enforcing to house dangerous criminal aliens at a military base in the Horn of Africa that now lies on the borders of a regional conflict. Running with the pack is good. Running with the pack is good too. Immigration attorneys disagreed and told the Supreme Court in a filing that Murphy's May order is the only shield that preserves and protects their statutory, regulatory, and due process rights to seek protection from torture in South Sudan. Oh, Trumpinator. Okay. Trumpinator comes in with another 5 saying, keep on rocking in the free world. Isn't that Neil Young? Isn't that Neil Young? Keep on. Isn't he Canadian? Neil Young's a Canadian, isn't he? They said that the judge's order requiring the government to retain custody of the 8 deportees and provide them reasonable fear interviews was simply a remedy that was issued to address the Trump administration's violation of his injunction. Plus, the immigration attorneys that said that when the Justice Department first sought the Supreme Court intervention to resume third-party deportations, it did not seek relief from the follow-up order regarding the attempted removals to South Sudan. Because the district court's remedial order is not before the court, it remains in effect, they argued. Any other conclusion will reward the government's defiance of the district court's order. But if the district court's order was lawless and they said, nope, it's no good, it stayed in its entirety, how could they be punished for not following an order that was stayed? The back and forth over the third country removals before the Supreme Court has played out on its emergency docket where the Trump administration has requested relief while legal proceedings play out. Decisions on those requests are typically made only with written briefing and no oral argument. And the court's decisions often do not include its reasoning or how its members voted. Trump administration has filed more than a dozen emergency appeals with the Supreme Court. Yeah, why? Because there's been how many dozen lawless injunctions that have no legal merit by inferior district court judges who think they have more power than the executive. That's what's been going on. These district court judges feel they have more power than the Supreme Court. There's only one of them, and they can do whatever they want. The Supreme Court, there's 9 of them, so. Wait a minute. I thought under pressure, hold on. Julio, are you messing with me? I could swear Under Pressure is a Queen song. Is there a ZZ Top? Is there a ZZ Top Under Pressure too? Because I like LaGrange, I think, is my favorite ZZ Top. I like LaGrange is my favorite ZZ Top song. Well, I don't know. Sharp Dressed Man is pretty cool too. Legs, but whatever. Anyway, so they had to file more than a dozen because they keep screwing with them, and they have to. The High Court has allowed the government to end 2 programs protecting nearly 1 million migrants from deportation while challenges move forward. Yeah, because they have no right to be here. They got to go. But it's also said that migrants facing swift deportation under the 1798 law known as the Alien Enemies Act must receive notice and an opportunity to challenge their removals in court. Yeah. So they tell them, you're being removed. You got notice. The amount is how much notice? 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours? Tush. Yeah, Tush is a good song. Here is the order. We'll just read through it briefly. On April 18, 2025, the District Court for the District of Massachusetts preliminarily enjoined the government from removing any alien to a country not explicitly provided for on the alien's order of removal without following certain procedures designed to enable the alien to seek relief under the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, Degrading Treatment and Punishment, the CAT Treaty. The District Court later found that the government had violated that injunction by failing to provide 6 class members a meaningful opportunity to assert CAT claims before such removal. On May 21st, the District Court issued an order on remedy directing the government to follow specified procedures with respect to those individuals tailored to circumstances. The government sought a stay of the April 18th injunction before our court. On June 23rd, we stayed the April 18th preliminary injunction pending disposition of any appeal and petition for writ of certiorari. Later that day, however, the District Court issued a minute order stating that the May 21st remedial order remained in full force and effect, notwithstanding our stay of the preliminary injunction. The only authority it cited was dissent from the stay order. The government has moved for an order clarifying our stay. Motion for clarification. It argues that the stay of the April 18th preliminary injunction divests the May 21st remedy order of enforceability. Respondents argue that the District Court correctly understood that the May 21st order to remain in effect despite our stay of the preliminary injunction it purported to enforce, because the May 21st order effectively operates as a remedy for civil contempt. The motion for clarification is granted. Our June 23rd order stayed the April 18th preliminary injunction in full. The May 21st remedial order cannot now be used as to enforce an injunction that our stay rendered unenforceable. Boom. To the face. They just put it to his face. And this is a guy that was voted in to the court in December after Trump was elected. Mitch McConnell, that turtle-faced piece of garbage, allowed Chuck Schumer to screw them over. They let them pack the court with these people. And then, because there was an agreement made that there was a bunch of senior judges that were going to leave and that Trump would be able to put in. And then as soon as they did this, those senior judges said, oh, we changed our mind. We're not going to leave. So once again, the Republicans got played by the Democrats. The Republicans need to start playing with the real game, playing to win. Explaining that our reviewing court order stayed divest the district court order of enforceability. Even if we accept the respondent's characterization of the May 21st order, such a remedy would serve to coerce the government into compliance and would be unenforceable given our stay of the underlying injunction. United States v. Mine Workers. The right to remedial relief falls within an injunction which, if events prove, was erroneously issued and a fortiori when the injunction or restraining order was beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Despite the dissent's provocative language, see post at 6, opinion Sotomayor, a claim that a lower court has failed to give effect to an order of this court is properly addressed here. A litigant who has obtained a judgment in this court after a lengthy process of litigation involving several layers of courts should not be required to go through the entire process again to obtain execution of the judgment of this court. Assuming, as we do, that the district court will now conform to its order to our previous stay and cease enforcing the April 18th injunction through the May 21st remedial order, we have no occasion to reach the government's other requests for relief. If the government wishes to seek additional relief in aid of the execution of our mandate, it may do so through mandamus. Wow, so they're basically saying if the judges keep playing games, come back and we'll issue an order of mandamus telling them to knock it off. Any matter disposed of by decree of this court must be carried into execution according to the mandate by the courts below. And here's Kagan concurring. She says, I voted to deny the government's previous stay application in this case, and I continue to believe that this court should not have stayed the district court's April 18th order enjoining the government from deporting non-citizens to third countries without notice and meaningful opportunity to be heard. But a majority of this court saw things differently, and I do not see how a district court can compel compliance with an order that this court has stayed. You know, and the fact that the other two wacky, crazy leftists decided that they decided that they still wanted to dissent to this is ridiculous. Okay. Oh, what's to say? Plus, you need to put an email address in your more drop down. Critiquing you live on air is not what I want to do. Okay. I will put an email address in there. I just have to decide which email address I want to put in there. Yeah. Because continued enforcement of the district court's May 21st order would do just that, I vote to grant the government's motion for clarification. And we're not going to, these two justices that dissent, they dissent, say the United States may not deport non-citizens to a country where they are likely to be tortured or killed. So they just ignore completely what this is all about. You know, the reason our court system functions the way it does is because there's rules and things go in a certain way and things have to be handled a certain way. And what the problem with these progressives is they just decide out of the blue that they're going to, do things the way they want to do it because they have a specific outcome they want to get to. Oh, wait, did I forget to? Let me look at something. Hold on. I did. Sorry about that. Sorry, I did that. That was bad. Bad of me. I forgot to do something. Okay. So that is that case. Oh, wait a minute. What is happening here? I think this is the last of this case. Yes, this is the last of this case. So I will now address the super chats and stuff that came in. I want to thank, we have a new member. Oh, we have a new member, J.H. Swalback, coming in as a new member. Thank you for joining. I mean, if you're starting to pay attention, you're starting to notice things, eventually you will be able to see the matrix. Thank you. Julio Scissors with another $10 super chat. Thank you very much. With no comment, no nothing. I feel like there should be something attached with them telling me I suck or something. And then, J.H. Swalback comes in and gives 10 Jim Tells You memberships. Let's see who gets those memberships. Let's see. It says here that Miss Mickey May received a membership. Leo Scissors says, hell yeah, number one. Rachel Hope Brightness Engelbart received a membership. Varia receives a membership. Summer Swan Winter Raven. What? PF did not. Jesse O'Reilly received a membership. Why So Serious? Henry Bennett received a membership. Aaron TM received a membership. I hope that's not Aaron Imholt. Yeah. We got the top fan so far as Julio Scissors, number one with 1,075. J.A. Swalback is number two with 1,050. And Trumpinator 47 is number three with 525 XP. I don't know exactly what the XP means, but hail ID Crisis Design. Nice to see you, buddy. All right, we are going to jump to the next story. Which is sort of related. Hey, LID Crisis Design. Nice seeing you, buddy. So, Margaret Cleveland is a good follow on Twitter if you guys don't know. She's pretty good. It says, another win for Trump with D.C. Circuit granting him stay pending appeal in the case involving his firing of the FLRA members, which is the Fair Labor Relations something or other administration. Of another appellate court note, SCOTUS granted stay in a similar case of note because Fourth Circuit just ignored SCOTUS, leading Trump to seek stay from Supreme Court. So here's the order. It says, upon consideration it's a three-panel judge, upon consideration of the motion for a stay pending appeal, the opposition thereto and replied is, the order that the administrative stay entered on June 18th is dissolved. Further order, the motion for stay pending appeal be granted. This appeal presents the question whether the president may remove members of the Federal Labor Relations Authority without cause. The federal statute bars such removals of actions, inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance. Earlier this year, the president nonetheless removed FLRA member Susan Seeley Grundman without determining whether the statutory removal standard was met. Grundman sued, and the district court declared the removal was unlawful and enjoined various defendants from effectuating it. The government appealed that ruling and moved for a stay pending appeal. It contends the statutory removal restriction violates Article 2 of the Constitution. In analogous removal cases, in analogous removal cases, why can't I say that word, involving the National Labor Relations Board and the Merit System Protection Board, the Supreme Court stayed order similar to the one at issue here. The court did so based on conclusions the MLRB and the MSPD exercise considerable executive power, and the government faces risk of harm for an order allowing a removed officer to continue exercising the executive authority that a wrongfully removed officer faces from being unable to perform her statutory duty. The Supreme Court's reasoning fully applies to the FLRA, which possesses powers substantially similar to those of the NLRB. So that's a good ruling from, and here's the order, but we just read it, so it's not really that important. We just read it. It was basically there. It's just a short 2-page order. What's up, Elemental? How you doing? Yes, J.H. Swalback is by hands down the best supporter I have. I'll say it, and that's not an insult to anybody else. I'm just saying he's comes through every day with the big support, and it's greatly appreciated. And so does Julio, though. So they're both great, awesome guys. Speaking of which, I gotta do this now. So here's another next story. Same kind of stuff. This is going to circle back to what we were talking about the immigration judges and the lay judges. So this is what Trump needs to do to fix the problems that Biden did. To solve the problem. Like the Democrats purposely tried to bring in as much people as they could so that you couldn't get them out. Because they figure if we could just muck up the system and make it impossible, then you can't enforce the law. Then you have to, you're going to have to just abide by whatever they did. Here we go. Lay judges for a lawless crisis. How Trump could clear Biden's immigration backlog. America has a problem that lawyers cannot fix. The United States immigration court system, tasked with deciding who may lawfully remain in the country, has collapsed under the weight of an unprecedented backlog. That backlog, now exceeding 3 million pending cases. Wow, 3 million pending cases. It should be more than that, right? Because there's 20 million illegals in here, so there should be 23 million cases, right? That would be what I would think. It's not merely a bureaucratic inconvenience, it's a constitutional affront, a resource strain, and a slow-motion amnesty for millions of illegal entrants. Each judge currently juggles nearly 5,000 cases, a workload that renders justice not delayed but defeated. To resolve this, President Trump should authorize Attorney General Pam Bondi to establish a temporary court of immigration judges who are not lawyers, trained, qualified, and fully empowered. These non-attorney adjudicators would hold remote hearings, issue binding rulings, and restore order to a system buckling under the weight of Biden's border collapse. I will volunteer. I am in South Florida. So, President Trump, if you need a judge, I swear that I will handle every case faithfully, and I will adjudicate it by the law, and I will not use any bias, and I will, if anybody deserves amnesty, any big booty Latinas, anything like that, they will get amnesty. All the rest, gotta go. Well, yeah, can you imagine Judge Jim? I mean, like, they would just Judge Dredd Jim. They would dread Judge Jim. Dread Judge Jim. Judge Dredd. Judge Jim is a good gimmick. Should go with that. It would be nice, right? Oh, I know Joe is looking for it too, but yeah, I got no problem with the big booty Latina stand, but the other ones, the gorditas, they gotta go. Any of the gorditas must go. Critics will howl that only lawyers can serve as judges, but this is a category error, not a constitutional constraint. Immigration courts are administrative tribunals, not Article 3 courts. Actually, you don't need to be a lawyer to be an Article 3 judge. The requirement's not there. You don't have to be a lawyer to be on the Supreme Court. There's no requirement in the Constitution for any of those things. If they can get approved by the Senate, you can make them a judge. They exist within the executive. These courts exist within the executive branch under the direct supervision of the Attorney General. Under existing regulations, the President, through the Attorney General, can designate temporary immigration judges without congressional approval. Well, I don't know about that. It says be farmer. A few martini lunches with the pharmacy rep, and you'll be let in all the Sudan. I don't know about that, but I would be letting in all the OnlyFans models from Russia and Ukraine that want to come in. I'm kidding. I would be completely unbiased. I would not. No favoritism. I would actually wear a blindfold so I couldn't even see what they look like. How's that? This authority falls squarely within the executive branch's control of administrative tribunals. Thus, a temporary cadre of non-lawyer adjudicators can be lawfully appointed through existing executive authority. Administrative law judges, ALJs, who preside over thousands of federal hearings each year in agencies ranging from Social Security to Securities and Exchange Commission, are another clear example. Some ALJs are attorneys, but they are not required by the Constitution or federal statute to be lawyers. The Administrative Procedure Act, APA, 5 U.S.C. 567 to 557, governs ALJs but does not mandate that they hold law degrees. The core point remains. These judges do not serve under Article 3, and their authority is rooted in executive delegation, not constitutional permanence. Immigration judges function within that same structure. There is no constitutional requirement that a judge, even in a courtroom, possess a Juris Doctorate. In fact, 32 states allow non-lawyers to serve as judges in certain courts. They decide evictions, small claims, and sometimes criminal cases. Their authority is lawful, their decisions binding, and their service indispensable. Why is this necessary? The answer was articulated with clarity by Vice President J.D. Vance. Joe Biden allowed approximately 20 million illegal aliens into our country. This placed extraordinary burdens on our country, our schools, our hospitals, housing, and other essential services were overwhelmed. On top of that, many of these illegal aliens committed violent crimes or facilitated fentanyl and sex trafficking. This is a situation we inherited. The backlog is not an abstract number. It's a rolling amnesty, a silent surrender of our sovereignty. The longer cases go unresolved, the more entrenched illegal aliens become, and the harder it is to enforce the law. Every day of delay rewards lawbreaking and punishes legal immigrants who followed the rules. But how would a non-lawyer judge function? The answer lies in precedent and practicality. The Department of Justice already trains immigration judges through a 6-week program. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services trains asylum officers, many of them non-lawyers, to decide life or death asylum cases after just 5 weeks of instruction. The Trump administration could replicate this with a boot camp for adjudicators, paralegals, veterans, former immigration officers, even retired police officers could be trained in the essentials of removal law and courtroom procedure. Upon passing a qualifying exam and completing training, they would be sworn in as temporary immigration adjudicators. Their mission would be narrow but vital: to conduct streamlined, time-limited hearings over video conference platforms like Zoom and issue rulings subject to appeal. Each such judge could resolve roughly 1,000 cases per year. That figure is not aspirational. It is already achieved by some of the most efficient immigration judges today. With 500 judges, the system can resolve 2 million cases over 4 years. With 5,000, it can process 20 million. These are not arbitrary numbers. They are the scale of the backlog created by the Biden administration's lawless policies. Remote hearings, already authorized by the statute, eliminate geographic barriers and allow cases to be heard quickly and uniformly. Written decisions can be standardized. Continuances can be capped. Evidence can be submitted in advance, arguments time-limited, and rulings rendered orally, on the record. Appeals remain available. Due process is preserved. What is lost is only delay. Some will object this proposal sacrifices fairness for efficiency, but fairness is not synonymous with slowness. Due process does not require gold-plated litigation for every illegal entrant. It requires notice and opportunity to be heard. That can be done in 60 minutes via Zoom. Deportation is not the death penalty, it is the enforcement of national borders. If we could train military officers to preside over court-martials and allow lay judges to handle criminal arraignments, we can trust trained adjudicators to decide who may stay in the United States. In fact, the proposal is far more fair than the status quo. Under current conditions, respondents wait years for their hearings, during which time their claims weaken, memories fade, and evidence decays. Justice delayed is justice denied, both for those with valid claims and for the American people. A temporary corps of lay judges will ensure that claims are heard promptly and decided efficiently. Those with legitimate claims will receive protection more quickly. Those without will be removed before they can disappear into the shadow. The administrative state has long suffered from sclerosis. Here is the moment where innovation can serve both justice and national interest. By reimagining the qualifications for immigration judges, the Trump administration can break the procedural bottleneck and fulfill its constitutional duty to execute the law faithfully. This is not unprecedented. This is not radical. It is an administrative solution to an administrative failure. It is also a moral necessity. The people did not vote for amnesty by attrition. They voted for order. Let us also speak plainly about what the critics of this plan are really defending. They're not worried about judicial competence. They're worried that the hearings will happen too quickly. They are not defending due process. They are defending delay. Their goal is to clog the courts with complexity, to stretch cases across years, and to quietly convert illegal presence into permanent residence. This is not a legal strategy. It's a political subversion. It is, as President Trump has rightly called, the ratification of Biden's illegal migrant invasion. By contrast, this proposal respects both the law and the limits of government resources. It does not eliminate hearings, it eliminates gridlock. It does not silence voices, it schedules them promptly. It does not bypass the process, it retools process for the sake of national sovereignty. And most importantly, it ensures that every illegal entrant gets a fair hearing and that the people of the United States get a functioning system of immigration enforcement. Wow. He told them. The American people are patient, but they're not fools. They can see what's happening. They understand that millions of people entered this country illegally because they were invited to do so by an administration that refused to enforce the law. They're rightly demanding that the new administration fix it. That means not just stopping the inflow, but processing the backlog. That means not just talking about the rule of law, but applying it. That means judges, thousands of them, and fast. President Trump has the authority. Attorney General Bonnie has the personnel. The training protocols exist. The legal framework is adaptable. The technology is ready. The need is overwhelming. The Constitution permits it. Justice demanded. The people expect it. Let us begin. So what do you guys think? You guys think we should have I think we should have 20,000 judges, 30,000, 50,000 judges, 100,000 judges. Hell, why not just tell every American citizen gets to volunteer to be a judge for one case? And it'll be done real quick, right? Just real quick, everyone. Everyone gets to be a judge, and we just get them all out. Like we could do like a like some kind of hearings. So that's a good story. I like that story. Oh, hey, I'm going to do a little pause here, talk to chat a minute, because I have to actually, there's Rob Painless saying, howdy, Jim. Hello, chat. Hello, Rob. How you doing? Nice to see you here. Howdy, Rob. And Julio says, if I were a judge, I'd clear the docket in 10 minutes. Yeah, I would perform what's called the rocket docket, where you're just like, boom, 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 boom. I would just go, no, 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 no. Kind of like, remember that scene from Half Baked where the guy's getting ready to quit and he's like, F you, F you, F you, you're all right. Blah, blah, blah. Hey. Derek Wayne Mullins, Flick Story Enterprises. I don't know if you guys know, but Derek has a movie on Amazon Prime called The Warrior. You guys should check it out. It's really good. We're going to Twitch stories. Yeah, real quick here. Breaking. Marco Rubio recalls top U.S. diplomat from Colombia. Oh, wait. Damn it. I forgot. I have to end on Twitter and on Facebook. It's been an hour and 3 minutes, and I'm going to say goodbye to Twitter and Facebook. If you want to continue to watch, come on over to Rumble or YouTube where we continue. It looks like we're going to probably continue for for a couple more hours at least to get all these done. So far, the super chats have been coming in steady and strong, so it looks like we're going to meet our goal, no problem. So we'll go past the 2 hours. But goodbye to Twitter and goodbye to Facebook. Come on over to YouTube or Rumble and let Jim tell you the news. Here we go. So breaking, yes, we need a rally here to say we got to get another win for the Jim. I ain't going to say that. That's horrible. Anyway, breaking. Marco Rubio recalls top U.S. diplomat from Colombia. From Colombia. Why? Because Colombia's socialist regime just accused America of plotting a coup and being drug addicts. So the whole country is drug addicts? Maybe. I don't know. Have you met the country? Rubio isn't putting up with this trash. Here's what happened and why it matters. I got to say, Marco Rubio has been a pleasant surprise. Billy Bong Thornton, that's right. Hey, Tika65, nice to see you. Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, is spiraling. He's a left-wing radical, former guerrilla, and friend to Venezuela's Maduro. He is accusing right-wing extremists of trying to overthrow him. His own former foreign minister says he's a drug addict. I don't know, is that him? I don't know. Maybe he looks like he could be on drugs, I guess. Oh yeah, if you guys don't know, Julio Scissors is a musician. He's got a new song out on Spotify called "The Prominent," or I don't know if that's the name of the band. I think that's the name of the band, "The Prominent Citizens" on Spotify. Yes, terrible person I am. That's not the name of the song. That's the name of the band. He's throwing up gang signs. Yes. 2 weeks ago, Alvaro Levaya, Petro's ex-foreign minister, dropped a bomb. He accused Petro again of being dependent on substances that affect emotional and mental equilibrium. He even says Petro disappears for days in Paris to indulge. This isn't coming from the GOP. It's coming from this guy. This guy looks trustworthy, right? Petro fired back with a speech in Bogota. I'm a revolutionary. Cocaine is no worse than whiskey. I know a lawyer that would agree with that statement that cocaine is no worse than whiskey. Then he blamed America, accusing the U.S. of being part of a far-right plot to remove him from office. That's when everything changed. Rubio just recalled the top U.S. diplomat from Bogota, a rare move. It's a big deal in the world of diplomacy. Rubio called Petro's accusations baseless and reprehensible. It didn't stop there. The White House also confirmed we are pursuing other measures to make clear our deep concern that the state of our relationship. Translation, trouble is coming. It's not the first clash. In January, Trump deported 2 flights of illegal Colombians back home. Petro rejected the flights, accused Trump of treating Colombians like criminals, and tried to block the deportations. Trump responded instantly. And the leader caved instantly. Trump hit back hard. 25% tariffs on all Colombian imports, travel ban on government officials, visa revocations for Petro's entire circle, threat of 25% tariffs or 50% tariffs in 1 week. Petro caved, even offered his own plane to fly deportees back. Colombian President Petro caves to Trump in under an hour, promises to send planes for deportees. The bottom line is Colombia's leftist regime is imploding, and it should be. Petro's corruption and instability threaten the region, and he's now openly attacking the U.S. because he needs someone else to blame. Rubio is right to escalate. So that's a good story, right? So Colombia is getting froggy, and we recalled our diplomats, and Colombian government's always been kind of interconnected with drugs. There's so much cocaine money flying around in Colombia that it's too much money for the politicians there not to get sucked into it. So yeah. So, all right, we're gonna jump to another story now. This one's a little I don't know. I found it amusing. It's not really that urgent or crazy like big news story, but every once in a while I like to throw in some funny little stories. And this isn't really that. This is a funny story. Okay, if you guys don't think it's funny, I don't know. You need a better sense of humor. So that's what I'll say about this. Teacher accused of chugging booze, calling students little shits, and making them dance the Macarena. I don't know. She's cute. I'll give her that. Like I would have danced Macarena for her. So we're gonna read the story, But she's cute. I don't know why. What kind of students would get upset that she was getting drunk in school and asking them to dance? This was like high school students, 16, 17-year-olds, if I'm not mistaken. So. Teacher accused of chugging booze, calling students little shits, and making them dance the Macarena. Yeah. A teacher who allegedly chugged booze and hurled curse words at students during a lesson that she interrupted to have them dance to Macarena has been fired. See, you know what? How are we ever going to get keep good teachers if they're firing the ones that are having fun? Like, this was a fun teacher. This teacher probably kept the kids, focused on their assignments. Probably had them, they probably enjoyed going to the, to the classes. Yeah, she was drinking on the job. She was partying. She was having a good time, Yeah, I mean, what's next? Is she going to, I don't know, Julio. Maybe they would have probably complained about that too. Alice Ashton from the UK was swigging from a water bottle full of orange liquid which smelled of alcohol and blaring music from her laptop during the health class. She was teaching health class. These kids complained about her drinking and having a good time in health class. I mean, I could see maybe if it was physics or something. But, Wait, I didn't read the whole story. So you're saying the company are saying that they made them dance for 3 hours straight? Okay, that might be a little bit of torture then. But I didn't think classes were that long. Yeah, I mean, I knew some teachers that were like, when I was in high school, there was one teacher who he smelled like in the morning of booze. He smelled like vodka every morning, and one of her 16-year-old students told a hearing on Tuesday, little 16-year-old rats. She also called students little shits and put her middle finger to 3 inches from another teen's face during the out-of-control class at Ysgol Bro Celian School in Welshpool, Wales in January last year. I concur. The usually reserved and quiet teachers' classes on alcohol and drug awareness were normally boring, a student told the hearing of Educational Workforce Council in the Wales panel. I was going to say, I can't tell. Is she cute? I think she's cute. But before class, she was spotted swigging from a water bottle that had an alcoholic smell, the unidentified student told the hearing. Oh, a bunch of rats. She was very, very close to us. There was a slight alcoholic smell. She was very, very lively and quite animated and speaking with her hands. In other lessons, she was more reserved and quiet, the student said, as reported by LBC. She asked the class to make the Macarena. She played music and we were not doing work, the student said. So these students complained that they weren't doing schoolwork. What is they got a classroom with Sheldon Coopers telling on the teacher? Ashton's sloppy behavior came just 4 months after she had been convicted of drunk driving. Uh-oh. The fitness to practice hearing heard. Yeah, she's cute. Ashton also forced students to dance to Macarena. The water bottle Ashton had in her class was almost empty by the end of the class. Ashton kept jumping up from her desk and becoming irritated as the class went on, and at the point of getting right in an unruly teen's face, the student said. So wait a minute. So the students were being unruly and she wasn't? Hey, Macarena. Diggers. Macarena. I don't know this. I never really got into that stuff. Ashton denied that she had sung or sworn at students in an internal school review, but multiple witnesses came forward to describe the chaotic scene. I'd let her teach me a lesson. She got some students dancing to the laptop and speakers, and it spiraled out of control, a second teenager said. CCTV footage from the class that day corroborated the student's story, the panel said. It is totally untenable to suggest that the music is being played as background music, presenting officer Lewis Harris said, as reported by the LBC and the Stoop DOG. The evidence is very clear that Miss Ashton did not remain at the front of the class. She invited pupils to dance. What is this, like Footloose? There'll be no dancing. No dancing! Dancing brings the devil. Oh, look at that little class. Little school. She worked at the Ysgol Bro Ceredigion School in Westpole, Wales. Ashton was removed from the teaching registry indefinitely, but she may reapply in 2 years. She did not appear at the hearing and showed no remorse for her actions, having not even responded to the filings, the disciplinary panel said. Yeah, I wouldn't even responded. I'd have been like, whatever. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the electric slide is better than the Macarena, but I don't do that dance either. So Ashton emailed the panel only to say that she has since moved to England and no longer works as a teacher. That's an interesting story. Okay. We're going to jump into another story that's got I got quite a few links for this story. The story is treason. Treason. New declassified report confirms Democrats used U.S. intel agencies to steal the 2016 election and disrupt the first 2 years of Trump's administration. Well, I wouldn't say they stole the 2016. They tried to. They used the intel agencies to attempt to steal the 2016 election. And here's the treason bunch. See them all? You got Clapper. You got Mueller. You got Obama. You got Comey. You got Strzok. You got Rod Rosenstein. You got Andrew McCabe. And you got John Brennan. The treason bunch. The treason bunch. And it says, perhaps it's time to prosecute the 51 spies who lied. Let's see what this says.
Now have black and white evidence that the FBI interfered in the 2016 election. And then when they failed to get their candidate elected, Hillary Clinton, then they just set out to destroy the Trump administration. So then go up to 2020. It was the CIA this time that got involved in the 2020 election with those 51 former intel agents who talked about the Hunter Biden laptop as total Russian disinformation. So they've gotten away with it for 2 elections. They're for sure going to get away with it, try to get away with it in 24, right? Because there's no consequence. The difference is in 2024, the evidence is there. We now have the Durham investigation. We have all the congressional investigations. There is now hard evidence that there was election interference by the U.S. intelligence agencies and the Department of Justice. They've got to be terrified, those individuals have to be terrified that a Republican president comes in the 2024 election with a Republican attorney general, investigates them and charges them all with the crimes they've committed over the last 8 years.
Well, we'll see about that. You're right. There are questions around these elections because of this interference. Do you think there will be election interference then in 24?
Take it to the bank. They will absolutely interfere in 2024. We're not sure how, but they will absolutely interfere, not only because they're not going to like whoever the Republican candidate is, but because they're going to protect their own hides. That's why they were talking to their own people, and the whistleblowers have brought this up, that they were told, don't put anything on paper, just tell us orally. They knew that they were doing stuff wrong. They knew that they were going to be liable for.
Okay. Let's see, and I've got another one here. The spies who lie, the intelligence expert who falsely discredited a Hunter Biden laptop story and still won't say sorry. I think some of them should go to jail. My personal belief.
Fox News alert. In the meantime, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has until Thursday to come up with all documents referring to the infamous Hunter Biden laptop letter. House Republicans requesting any communication after testimony from a former CIA official claimed that Blinken was the driving force of the statement from 2020. In a Fox News exclusive, he's denying he had any former CIA official claimed that Blinken was the driving force of the statement from 2020. In a Fox News exclusive, he's denying he had any role.
I don't do politics and don't engage in it. But with regard to that letter,
Wait a minute. This cocksucker had the nerve to say he doesn't do politics. He's been in politics for the past 20 years. What is he talking about? He's a political appointee.
I didn't. Wasn't my idea. Didn't ask for it. Didn't solicit it.
So that interview conducted by our own Benjamin Hall in Washington, D.C., and Ben joins us now. What else do you hear, Ben? Hello.
Bill, hi, good to see you. Yes, and look, this was the first time that Secretary Blinken has said specifically that he had nothing to do with that letter. And again, he went back and again to saying he didn't do politics. He stayed out of it. But this letter was written at a time when he was doing politics, when he was part of the presidential campaign and helping President Biden be elected. Well, we heard today from Jim Jordan's office, and he said specifically, having listened to this interview, he just said, the transcript doesn't lie. Blinken's call helped set it in motion. And Mike Morell's testimony said also that Blinken's call did trigger it. So still a lot of questions for him to answer moving forward.
Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so that's that. And if they're allowed to get away with this, the next time Democrats gain power, it'll be 100 times worse. I have to agree. You would think treason equals prison, or treason equals a military industrious board seat asking for an entire nation. It seems like that, really. Okay. New declassified report confirms Democrat used U.S. intel agencies to steal the 2016 election and disrupt the first 2 years of Trump administration. Wait. Did I get this doubled up? I must have doubled this up. All right, my bad. Good morning. This was Obama, Comey, Clapper, and Brennan deciding we're going to screw Trump. It was we're going to create this and put the imprimatur of an icy assessment in a way that nobody can question it. They stamped it as Russia collusion and then classified it so nobody could see it. Yep, there's the guy right there. An enormous scandal dwarfing Watergate and the Pentagon Papers. Here's the CIA memo to the director of CIA. Says May 2025, director of Senate intelligence. So the work began and the assessment even began. Media leaks suggest that the IC had already reached definite conclusion, risk creating an anchoring bias. On December 9th, both the Washington Post and the New York Times reported the IC had concluded with high confidence that Russia had intervened specifically to help Trump. So see, what they did was they didn't have the proof. They didn't have any evidence or anything to say that Russia helped Trump or wanted to help Trump or there was any collusion. So they just were leaking it out to the media, and then the fake news media was using that to like report it, and then they would say, "See, it's being reported, so that's got to be true, right? Because it's being reported. So we're gonna keep it." So it was like the circular reporting and a recycling of stuff. Buy the book, Susan Rice. Now to throw the book, lest we not forget that Obama and Biden sat in that August 3rd, 2016 Situation Room briefing and said, yeah, let's let the highest officials in our administration fabricate evidence to frame the opposing party candidate, Donald Trump. Pure treason. It's right here. Director Brennan's declassified handwritten notes reflect that he briefed the meeting's participants regarding the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on the 26th of July of a proposal from one of her campaign advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security services. And then it was shortly after that Clinton did that they started the Crossfire Hurricane. That was people through the Clinton campaign that started Crossfire Hurricane to target Trump. Yeah, this is the wrap-up smear. Imagine if all the fraudsters just exposed by Durham were Republicans. Yeah. Nixon's 3 top 8 sentence. Mitchell, Haldeman, Ehrlichman faced 2.5 years in prison. Yeah. Watergate was in all likelihood a CIA FBI frame-up of Nixon, who won 49 of 50 states. We had to hear about it for 50 years, and 60 men were indicted. Russiagate was a Hillary lie and spy operation, the worst fraud in American history, and crickets. Yeah, during filing reveals CIA knew in early 2017 that data tying Trump to Russia was fake. Yeah, terrible. Just found out Obama had my wires tapped. Trump Tower was before the victory. Nothing found. This is McCarthyism. Yeah, I mean, this is what they. Yeah, life is indifferent. That was when they decided to go after Mike Flynn because they knew Mike Flynn would figure out what they were up to. They had to get him out of NSA because if he was in NSA, he would have figured it out. He would have exposed everything, and they probably would have. At that point, if they would have caught them all in it, at that point, I don't know what would have happened though, because Trump had like Sessions as his attorney general. Ugh, that guy sucked. Yeah. Oh, we looked at this. Yeah. Well, I guess we could read a little more of this. I can read it better now. It says, on May 25th, the Director of Central Intelligence, John Rafferty, tasked the CIA Directorate of Analysis to conduct a lessons learned review of the procedures and an analytic tradecraft employed by the highest classified version of the intelligence community assessment, Russia's influence campaign targeting the 2016 presidential election. So it's all in here, to understand the procedure and tradecraft issues. Yeah. So it's all in here. Yeah, Trump is not a rookie anymore, Pat Hacker. That is correct. He seems like he's got good people in place now that are actually paying attention. Okay. Sounds like The Simpsons. Are you saying my sound sounds like this? I sound like The Simpsons? Something wrong with my audio? Anyway, just want to point out to everyone that we've been going for an hour and a half. I have 30 minutes left to go until we reach the 2-hour point. We have 6 out of 10 super chat goals. I'll show you right here. We have 6 out of 10 super chat goals. See, so we need to get 4 more. So, this is going to do a weird thing if I don't get it out of here. Sorry. I'm sure that just did some weird thing where it was doing like a. Oh, wait, I do need to count to $10 and 2. Let me look at that. Yeah, that was the matrix. Hold on. Let me do that. Let me look. I can look right here. Let me see. So I got 10, 20, 30, 40. Oh, you know what? You're right. We did reach it. Never mind. We did reach the goal. We did get to 50. I see it now. I'm sorry. Look at me trying to steal more money from people. Explosive new CIA report details Russiagate fraud. Trump administration investigation affirms earlier reports by Racket and Public about the use of cooked intelligence to launch the Russiagate frenzy. That guy right there needs to go to prison. I am perplexed on how to report on that. Is it what we've all been reporting from the start, just confirming we were right? The drive-by media won't bother connecting the dots and will likely discredit it because it comes out of Trump's CIA? It's possible. Obamagate is worse than Watergate. Obama knew, Clinton knew, Biden knew, Comey knew, Brennan knew, McCabe knew, Strzok knew, Clapper knew, Rosenstein knew, FBI knew, DOJ knew, CIA knew, State knew. They all knew Donald Trump was innocent. And they smeared and spied on him. Worst scandal in our nation's history. And here is the story. Obama's Trump-Russia collusion report was corrupt from the start. A bombshell new CIA review of the Obama administration's spying agency assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election to help Donald Trump was deliberately corrupted by then CIA Director John Brennan. FBI Director James Comey and Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, who were excessively involved in its drafting and rushed its completion in a chaotic, atypical, and markedly unconventional process that raised questions of a potential political motive. You think there was a potential political motive? I mean, anyone who doesn't think there was a political motive in what they did to do that, I don't know what to tell them. You know, it's clearly a political motive. Further, Brennan's decision to include the discredited Steele dossier over the objections of the CIA's most senior Russia experts undermined the credibility of the assessment. I think the Tradecraft review of the 2016 Intelligence Community Assessment, ICA, on Russia's election interference was conducted by career professionals at CIA's Directorate of Analysis and was commissioned by CIA Director John Ratcliffe in May. This is that thing we were looking at earlier. There's a PDF. The Lessons Learned review found that on December 6, 2016, 6 weeks before his presidency ended, Barack Obama ordered the assessment, which concluded that Russian President Vladimir Putin aspired to help Trump win the election. He aspired to it. They knew his aspirations, his thoughts, his hopes, his dreams. The review identified multiple procedural anomalies that undermined the credibility of the ICA, including a highly compressed production timeline, stringent compartmentation, damn it, I'm trying to talk too fast. Stringent compartmentation and excessive involvement of agency heads. To say, I'd like to read that. How the Biden administration weaponized the justice system against Trump aide Peter Navarro. Yeah, I'd like to read that story. I didn't see it. Let's see. It also questioned the exclusion of key intelligence agencies and said media leaks may have influenced analysts to conform to the false narrative of Trump-Russia collusion. Hey, Raven. Happy 4th, everyone. It's almost there. In exactly 25 minutes, it will be the 250th Independence Day in the United States of America. The first one was July 4th, 1776, and then every year afterwards. So that's why it's not the 250th anniversary, but it's the 250th Independence Day. Because, the first one was the first day that it was signed, so that first day. And then 1 year anniversary. So 250th anniversary will be next year, but the actual 250th. Anyway. The rushed timeline to publish both classified and unclassified versions before the presidential transition raised questions about a potential political motive behind the White House tasking and timeline. The review found that Brennan directed the compilation of ICA and that his, Comey, and Clapper's direct engagement in the ICA development was highly unusual in both scope and intensity and risked stifling analytic debate. It's kind of like the story we were talking about, which I think there might be more about it today, about Christopher Wray, about how in 2020, when all the local FBI officers were getting word and finding stuff about China doing stuff with election, with fake IDs and stuff and ballots, that Wray stepped in to say no, to pull it back and stopped it. So. That's the guy right there that was behind it all. He's the guy who was running the country the past 4 years under Biden, too, probably. Hold on 1 second. I had a phone call. Brandon handpicked the CIA analysts to compile the ICA involved only the ODNI, CIA, FBI, and NSA, including 13 of the then 17 intelligence agencies. He sidelined the National Intelligence Council and forced the inclusion of the discredited Steele dossier, despite objections of the authors and senior CIA Russia experts, so as to push false narrative, and Russia secured Trump's 2016 victory. And that's just crazy, isn't it? I mean, that's just nuts. That's just nuts that they actually got away with it, you know. They would have got away with it if it wasn't for the kids, the meddling kids. They always do that, the meddling kids. This was Obama, Comey, and Clapper deciding, and Brennan deciding, we're going to screw Trump, said Ratcliffe in an exclusive interview. It was. We're going to create this and put the impromptu of an IC assessment in a way that nobody can question it. They stamped it as Russian collusion and then classified it so nobody could see it. This led to Mueller, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's inquiry, which concluded after 2 years that there was no Trump-Russia conclusion. It put the seal of approval of the intelligence community that Russia was helping Trump and that the Steele dossier was the scandal of our lifetime. I ate it up the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. It ate up the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. You see how Brennan, Clapper, and Comey manipulated and silenced all the career professionals and railroaded the process. CIA review notes that before work even began on the ICA, media leaks suggesting that the intelligence community had already reached definitive conclusions risked creating an anchoring. The term anchoring refers to a cognitive bias in psychology and suggests that the media leaks may have influenced the analysts working on the ICA to shape their findings to conform with the leaked narrative rather than conducting an objective analysis. Yeah, I would say it is seditious. I don't know why they're not looking at charging some of these people with seditious conspiracy. Would make sense to me. It says on December 9, 2016, both the Washington Post and New York Times reported the ICA had concluded with high confidence that Russia had intervened specifically to help Trump win the election. The Post cited an unnamed U.S. official describing this as the IC's consensus review. The highly compressed timeline was atypical for a formal IC assessment, which ordinarily can take months to prepare, especially for assessments of such length, complexity, and political sensitivity, the review found. CIA's primary author had less than a week to draft the assessment and less than 2 days to formally coordinate it with the IC peers before it entered the formal review process on CIA on December 20th. Trump ended up winning the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton. So when the draft ICA was completed and sent for review to the intelligence community stakeholders, the timeline was compressed to just a handful of days during a holiday week, which created numerous challenges. Multiple IC stakeholders said they felt jammed by the compressed timeline. Most got their first look at the hard copy draft and underlying sensitive reporting just before or at the only in-person coordination meeting that was held on December 19th to conduct a line-by-line review. Drafts of the ICA were only permitted in hard copy, so need to be hand-carried between various spy buildings. The pressing timeline and limitations of a hard copy review likely biased overall review process. Wow. They need to be arrested and thrown in jail. This is ridiculous. Direct engagement of agency heads like Brennan, Comey, and Clapper in the ICA development was highly unusual in both scope and intensity. This exceptional level of senior involvement likely influenced participants, altered normal review processes, and ultimately compromised analytic rigor. One CNA analytic manager involved in the process said that other analytic managers who would typically have been part of the review chain opted out due to the politically charged environment and the atypical prominence of agency leadership in the process. The review criticizes the ICA including the Steele dossier, a salacious and discredited opposition research product written by former British spy Christopher Steele, who was working for the Clinton campaign, which claimed Russia possessed sexually compromising blackmail material on Trump. Despite the fact that the ICA authors and multiple senior CIA managers, including 2 senior leaders of the CIA Mission Center responsible for Russia, strongly opposed including the dossier, asserting that it did not even meet the most basic tradecraft standards, Brennan insisted it be included. Yeah, because they use it to try to blackmail Trump. The CIA's deputy director for analysis warned in an email to Brennan on December 29th that including it in any form risked the credibility of the entire paper. But Brennan responded that, my bottom line is that I believe the information warrants inclusion in the report. because they knew if they put it in a report, it would get leaked out to the press and they could use it against Trump. That's why it was basically a wrap-up smear. Brennan showed a preference for narrative consistency over analytical soundness. When confronted with the specific flaws in the dossier by the two mission center leaders, one with extensive operational experience and the other with a strong analytical background, he appeared more swayed by the dossier's general conformity with existing theories than by legitimate tradecraft concerns. The decision by agency heads to include the Steele dossier in an ICA ran counter to fundamental tradecraft policies and ultimately undermined the credibility of key judgment. The ICA authors first learned of the dossier and FBI leadership's insistence on its inclusion on December 20th. The same day, the largely coordinated draft was entering the review process at CIA. According to the review, FBI leadership made it clear that their participation in the ICA hinged on the dossier's inclusion and, over the next few days, repeatedly pushed to weave references to it through the main body of the ICA. So what they need to do is they need to find out if there was any communication. I don't know how they would track down the communications between Comey and Brennan and Clapper. Let's see what they were talking about. In the end, the spy agency heads decided to include a 2-page summary of the dossier as an annex to the ICA, with the disclaimer that the material was not used to reach the analytical conclusions. However, the review says that by placing a reference to the annex material in the main body of the ICA as the fourth supporting bullet for the judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump win, the ICA implicitly elevated unsubstantiated claims to the status of credible supporting evidence, compromising the analytical integrity of the judgment. The review is critical of the decision by Brennan, Clapper, and Comey to marginalize the National Intelligence Council, departing significantly from the standard procedures for formal IC assessment. The NIC did not receive or even see the final draft until just hours before the ICA was due to be published. Typically, the NIC maintains control over drafting assignments, coordination, and review processes. The review also quotes from Brennan's memoir, Undaunted, in which he revealed that he established crucial elements of the process with the White House before NIC involvement, stating he informed them that the CIA would take the lead drafting a report and coordination would be limited to ODNI, CIA, FBI, and NSA. The review says such departures from standard procedures not only limited the opportunities for coordination and thorough tradecraft review, but also resulted in the complete exclusion of key intelligence agencies from the process. Yeah, they didn't use the 51 intelligence agencies. Remember how they used to 51 intelligence agencies? The decision to entirely shut out the Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of State's Bureau of Intelligence and Research from any participation in such a high-profile assessment about an adversary's plans and intentions was a significant deviation from typical IC practices. It was also markedly unconventional to have agency heads review and sign off on a draft before it was submitted to the NIC for review. The NIC did not receive or even see the final draft until just hours before the ICA was due to be published. There was only one meeting at which the ICA analysts could coordinate, but one day before the meeting, Brennan sent a note to the CIA workforce saying he had already met with Clapper and Comey and that there was strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our recent presidential election. So there it is. They admit right there that Comey, Clapper, and Brennan were behind it and coordinated behind the scenes, so they should just all be arrested. The CIA review concludes with analysts operating under severe time constraints, limited information sharing, and heightened senior-level scrutiny. Several aspects of tradecraft rigor were compromised, particularly in supporting the judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump win. The Putin-Trump nexus struggled to stand on its own, and its inclusion damaged the report because it risked distracting readers from the more well-documented findings on Putin's strategic objectives. The two senior leaders of CIA's Mission Center responsible for Russia argued jointly against including the Aspire judgment in an email to Brennan on December 30th. They stated the judgment should be removed because it was both weakly supported and unnecessary. Given the strength and logic of the paper's other findings and on intent, they warned that including it would only open up a line of very politicized inquiry. Ratcliffe points to the inclusion of Steele as a sign that it was politically corrupted process. They all knew the Steele dossier was garbage. The FBI knew full well that Christopher Steele couldn't get paid FBI's multi-million-dollar bounty because he couldn't corroborate the claims. And Igor Dangachenko, Steele dossier's primary source, said it was all made up. Yet you see Brennan saying the dossier needs to be in there. Ratcliffe said the career professionals at CIA who conducted the review are just appalled. He drew the comparison between the bogus ICA and the cover-up of the Hunter Biden laptop by 51 former intelligence officials. who falsely claimed before the 2020 election that it was all Russian disinformation. The comparison would be the Hunter Biden laptop. It's the same people. In the Hunter Biden case, we've got to lie to win the election. In this case, it's we failed to influence the election. After we failed, we're going to handicap the president so we can win the next election by polluting the well. They were trying to ruin the presidency after the fact. He said the blatant politicization of intelligence is unprecedented in American history. Obama commissioned this. There was no basis by which it had to be done before the end of the Obama administration. Obama said, I want this done, Ratcliffe said. Ratcliffe also said the bogus ICA had risked dire national security consequences by further aggravating the already tense relationship with Russia. The most destructive thing you can do with intelligence is to weaponize it for one party's political gain against another. To blame an admitted adversary for something they didn't do, it's like pouring gasoline on a fire. For all the bad things Vladimir Putin has done and is capable of doing, they didn't need to exaggerate it or run a fake story in 2017 and again in 2020 with the laptop claiming that Russia influenced the outcome. The bogus ICA is what launched the false narrative that Trump is a Russian agent. At the very least, Ratcliffe said, Brennan, Clapper, and Comey should be pariahs. These guys shouldn't have a voice. They shouldn't be able to influence the American people. Under my watch, I'm committed to ensuring that our analysts have the ability to deliver unvarnished assessments that are free from political influence. Well, they should be in jail where they should be. That's where they should be. That's where they should be. This is called treason. CIA Director Ratcliffe just released a report which concludes John Brennan, Jim Comey, and James Clapper committed treasonous behavior, fabricating evidence in the Russian collusion hoax against Donald Trump in the 2016 election. The CIA's declassified tradecraft review of the 2016 intelligence community assessment on Russian election interference exposes procedural failures and political manipulations that expose a treasonous plot. Rushed timelines beyond standards, the ICA compressed the schedule to curtail rigorous analysis, a reckless deviation from the intelligence norm that risks misleading the nation, tantamount to undermining national security. They restricted access, hid the truth, strict compartmentalization, blocked drafters from critical intelligence, created a skewed assessment that suppressed evidence, and betrayed the public's right to an honest accounting. They sidelined oversight, they weakened democracy, they marginalized the National Intelligence Council, the standard bearer for impartial coordination, eroded checks and balances, a disloyal act that enabled unchecked bias. Leadership overreach subverted loyalty. CIA Director John Brennan, FBI Director James Comey, and DNI James Clapper excess influence, pressured analysts, prioritized political agendas, and over fidelity to objective truth. Yeah, they prioritize political agendas over fidelity to objective truth, a betrayal of their oaths. The unverified dossier tainted the integrity. Brennan's insistence on including the unverified Steele dossier, despite objections, introduced deliberate falsehoods into a national security document, a treacherous act that misled policymakers and the public. I don't think it's, they think it's all funny, but I don't think this is funny. I think these guys should be tried and summarily given the Marie Antoinette exit. Selective evidence misled the nation. Omitting intelligence showing Putin's ambivalence about the election outcome falsely amplified the Trump-favoring narrative. A manipulative omission that betrayed the electorate's trust. The premature consensus stifled dissent. Brennan's pre-coordination claim of strong consensus coerced analysts, suppressing honest debate in a manner that undermined the nation's intelligence apparatus. Media leaks manipulated the public. Leaks to major outlets before the ICA's completion shaped a biased narrative, a disloyal act that prejudiced the public perception and eroded democratic discourse. These findings reveal an orchestrated internal treasonous coup orchestrated against an incoming president of the United States. He said orchestrated twice in that sentence. I don't like that. He should have used a different word. These findings reveal a coordinated internal treasonous coup orchestrated. It should say coordinated internal treasonous coup orchestrated against an incoming president. Yeah, it shouldn't be orchestrated twice like that. Yeah. CIA Director John Ratcliffe declassifies internal tradecraft review of the 2016 election, ICA, to promote analytic objectivity and transparency. Comey the snake needs to be arrested, definitely. And here it is, yet again, another admission of treason. FBI's Lisa Pay's chilling admission. If they start digging deep, we are screwed. Newly declassified crossfire hurricane documents reveal FBI attorney Lisa Page feared that the media, following a New York Times article, might start digging deep into Crossfire Hurricane investigation, exposing their plot to undermine President-elect Donald Trump. On November 7, 2016, Lisa Page reacted to a New York Times article about the Russian propaganda efforts tied to the 2016 election, specifically mentioning lots of HRC-related emails. Her response in a message to the colleagues, "If they start digging deep, we are screwed," suggests the FBI team was hiding something explosive that couldn't withstand scrutiny, perhaps evidence of their own misconduct in targeting Trump. Page also emphasized the need to maintain the FBI's good guy image, reminding people that we are still the good guys and trying to keep America safe, and not political operatives. This admission of public perception shows a deliberate cover-up, a plot to sway the election aftermath against Trump. Here's all the, all the emails and the pages, that was basically the stuff that got exposed. I'm glad to be so superficial that they decided to start dipping deep. You're screwed. I'm trying to protect some of the stuff related to that case. My guess is that we suggested a good news story about the BU, remind people that we are still good guys trying to keep America safe, not political operatives who sway elections. It's all here. It's all here. Mm-hmm. It says, breaking, John Brennan was Brian Dean Wright's boss at CIA. Wright says he belongs in prison. New documents prove what many of us already knew. The Trump-Russian hoax was manufactured. I've got to go pee really quick. I'm going to play a video of mine while I go to the bathroom. So just give me a second here, guys. I'm going to play a video file. Let me look for a video file. Good here. Where's it at? Okay, here we go. Hey, how you doing? I'm Jim, and this is Jim Tells You. And this is just a short video that I'm making to try something out about news stories that I'll be doing. And hopefully, if you like it, let me know, and I'll continue to do these little short stories, little videos. If not, if you prefer the live streams, let me know, and I'll do whatever the audience wants, because that's the whole point of doing this, is make the audience happy and make you come back and subscribe and watch the videos. So, today we're talking about scandal. It seems there was an issue with the Secret Service at Obama's mansion, and emergency services had to be called to the scene. It says a scuffle between Secret Service agents breaks out at Obama's D.C. residence. Here's the report. A physical altercation between a pair of uniformed Secret Service agents guarding former President Barack Obama's D.C. residence earlier this week necessitated a call to a supervisor, according to a report. Susan Crabtree, Real Clear Politics national correspondent, posted a scoop on X platform, which contained alarming details as the administration seeks to rebuild the agency and its trust with the American public following the near assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life last summer. Two female Secret Service uniformed division officers got into a physical fight outside former President Obama's D.C. residence while guarding it. So two women got into a fight at Obama's house, and they had to call the cops on two Secret Service women who got into a fight at Obama's house. That's classic. The fracas, as they're calling it, fracas, make it sound like they're arguing over what they have for dinner. The fracas occurred at roughly 2:30 a.m. What was going on at 2:30 a.m. at Obama's house? The two uniformed female Secret Service agents got into a fight. I mean, what could possibly be going on that would cause this to happen? It's alarming, isn't it? Disturbing. I don't know. Wednesday morning, according to two sources in the Secret Service community. The lack of professionalism was on display during the fight, and in a call one of the women made on a recorded Secret Service line. Oh, God, I would hope that we could get that recording. That will be gold. That would be awesome to be able to hear what they sound like. I mean, could this have been a fight over a broken nail? Someone used someone's brush. Someone ate someone's lunch, maybe. No, there had to be something else going on here. Oh, here we go. It's what they say on the recorded line to the supervisor to immediately come to the scene before I whoop this girl's ASS. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That sure sounds like something straight out of World Star Hip Hop, maybe? She continued in the post that contained alleged audio recording of the call. The woman officer who made the call was upset that her shift replacement was late and assailed her verbally and physically when she finally did arrive to relieve her. Audio of the early AM call is now circulating among the agents and officers and is attached to an X post. Well, we're going to have to find that X post, aren't we? We're just going to have to listen to what it says. I mean, we have to. Okay, I got the recording of the call. Let's listen to it and hear what it sounds like.
Immediately before I whooped the girl's ass.
Let's listen to that one more time because I could make out what they're saying, but there's a specific dialect I'm trying to hone in on to try to decipher who this might be.
Immediately before I whooped the girl's ass.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I must say, I would expect more from Secret Service agents protecting presidents, wouldn't you? Seems like maybe we should be screening people better. I don't know if this is DEI, if this is just lack of standards, but generally speaking, people who protect the president are supposed to be the most top qualified, the best at the job, and should be weeding out any person that might have a penchant to get violent at the drop of a hat or something like that. It seems like maybe this should have been worked on a little bit better and workshopped, and maybe some changes need to be made in who we hire at the Secret Service and who's actually protecting presidents of the United States. Here's a story about this incident from Headline News. Let's hear what they have to say. Secret Service agents get into cat fight outside Obama's home, so they're calling it a cat fight. It's unclear whether either woman was injured or whether they will be disciplined over the altercation. 2 female Secret Service agents reportedly came to blows at Barack Obama's D.C. crib while they were supposed to protect the former president's residence early Wednesday. Okay, so maybe Obama wasn't there, so maybe they get less qualified people when the president's not actually there. Doesn't add a lot of confidence in the Secret Service and who's protecting presidents and stuff, does it? I mean, it's kind of like this whole thing with what happened with Trump and Butler and at the Mar-a-Lago. Kind of makes me wonder who's running the Secret Service and actually what they're doing and how they're doing it. You know. At around 2:30 a.m., one agent summoned a superior before threatening a fellow agent in a now viral audio clip that we just listened to, released by Real Clear Politics reporter Susan Crabtree. Can I get a supervisor down to Delta 2 immediately before I whoop this girl's ASS? The agent demanded. Susan Crabtree's tweet here, which she's a good person, maybe follow, check it out. Breaking scoop, is DEI still plaguing the Secret Service? Fracas outside Obama's residence raises new questions. Get a supervisor immediately before I whoop this girl's ASS. 2 female Secret Service Uniform Division officers got into a physical altercation. According to Real Clear Politics, the agent was upset that her shift relief arrived late. After that, she assailed her colleague verbally and physically when she finally did arrive to relieve her. The audio reportedly being shared among agents and officers is unclear whether either of these women were injured or whether they will be disciplined over the altercation. Crabtree reported the fight did not wake anyone in Obama's residence or surrounding neighborhood. Oh, so Obama was there, or someone was in the house. The alleged incident comes amid growing scrutiny of the Secret Service recent fixation on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies under former Director Kimberly Cheadle. Cheadle, appointed by then-President Biden in 2022, faced criticism from several lawmakers who questioned the readiness of the new agents during the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump in the summer of 2024. The backlash prompted Cheadle to resign in disgrace in July, though the Secret Service stood by the agents in public statements. As an elite law enforcement agency, all of our agents and officers are highly trained and fully capable of performing our missions. Well, it doesn't really sound like that. And it is an insult to the women of our agency to imply that they are unqualified based on gender. I'm not saying that these women are unqualified based on gender. I'm saying that these women are unqualified based clearly on their ability to maintain. All right, so sorry about that. I had to use the bathroom and I didn't know what else to do, so I figured I would play a video that I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. I thought it was a good video. It's about Big Mike and the fights at Obama's house. But let's get back to the to the story. That video is available if you haven't seen it. If you want to watch the whole video, it's called Secret Service Catfight at Obama's Mansion. So if you want to look for it, that's where you'll find it. So breaking: John Brennan was Brian Dean Wright's boss at CIA. Wright says he belongs in prison. New documents prove what many of us already knew: the Trump-Russia hoax was a manufactured coup, and Brennan helped lead it. There are 5 damning revelations you need to see. 2. Brennan lied about the Steele dossier. He told the press he never used it, but he personally pushed to include it in the 2016 intelligence community assessment, despite being told it didn't meet basic tradecraft standards. Why? Hold on. I saw this. I thought Joe was going to stream tonight. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know. I thought he was streaming tonight, but I guess not. I don't know. I haven't seen anything. I haven't got any notification, but who knows? He could be going late. Well, I don't see nothing there. Still checking. There we go. So, not doing that. Why does it keep doing that? New documents prove what many of us already knew. The Trump-Russia hoax was a manufactured coup, and Brennan helped lead it. There are 5 damning revelations. Oh, we did that. Brennan lied. He told the press he knew, but he personally did. Why? To fit a narrative. Intelligence community assessment, despite being told it didn't meet the basic tradecraft standards. Why? It didn't fit the narrative. Oh, he's got a local show. He started at 11. Not on YouTube. Brennan handpicked the authors of the Trump-Russia ICA. Brennan kept total control. The message, the process, and the careers of anyone who might dissent. He excluded anyone who disagreed. That's not intelligence. It's using the CIA to bring down an elected president. CIA review blasts Brennan's role in launching Russia hoax. The new report confirms Brennan's direct involvement was highly unusual and compromised the analytical rigor of the report. Translation: Brennan bullied analysts into delivering a pre-written conclusion of collusion. A collusion conclusion is what he produced. It was a hit job, not a product of professional intelligence. Brennan rushed the process. These reports usually take months. Analysts were jammed to finish the ICA by late December, weeks before Trump took office. Why the rush? Yeah, why the rush? Because they had to get it done before Trump came in. That's how they could smear him. They had to plant the seeds. They had to get it in there. They had to know. They had to bury deep. They had to dig deep. They got to get the moles in there deep and dig them down so that they could destroy from the inside. That's what they did. And it worked, man. It worked. Because Brennan wanted to weaponize it before Inauguration Day. This was sabotage. That's why Comey went to Trump with it. That's why Comey brought the papers to Trump and said, hey, look at this. This is what we know about you. What are you going to do? Because they were trying to mess with you. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, I also, I understand what if that you can't do everyone's locals. It's too much money. I do have a locals. I don't really promote it because I don't even know how it really works. Honestly, how locals works. I can't figure it out how to stream to locals. Like I can't stream to locals while I'm streaming here. I don't understand how it works. I can't get it to work from StreamYard. So I don't know. I'd rather just focus on the YouTubes and the Rumble and that's it, and other stuff. So. Oh, hey, look who it is. Good evening. It's hot AF, dudes. Doug and Felonies. Mm-hmm. They spread the lies deliberately. Brennan and Comey shared the ICA and the debunked dossier with 200 plus officials, an absurd number for a highly classified report. Why? So it would leak. So CNN and the New York Times could use it to cripple Trump's presidency. That was the whole purpose of it, so that they could say like, oh, we talked to people. You know, talked to people, and they told us about it. So CNN and the New York Times could use it to cripple Trump's presidency from day one. These people, they suck. Brennan, Comey, and company knew the Steele dossier was garbage. They included it anyway. They briefed it to Congress and Obama. They leaked it to the press. They lied to the American people, and they nearly destroyed the presidency and the republic. They should be tried and prosecuted and held accountable. And you see, if you look at this picture, you can see you got Comey, you got Clapper, you got Brennan, and I don't know who that guy is all the way on the left, but I'm sure he's no good. But then there's this one guy all the way to the right, General Mike Flynn. And that's the guy they targeted to get rid of because he would have exposed the entire thing. That's why he had to go. That's why he's one guy who I think that Trump really needs to bring closer in. Like, I don't know, maybe he doesn't want to be involved anymore. Maybe he's had enough what they did to him, but he's a patriot and he's a good man, and he got screwed over big time by the state. These men thought your vote didn't matter. They were willing to use a falsified intelligence and the awesome power of supposedly impartial government to destroy a duly elected president they hated. That's not oversight. That's treason. And it came from one bitter woman. The Russia hoax, the illicit scheme to clear Hillary Clinton and frame Donald Trump. By Greg Jarrett, unabridged. It must be a book by Greg Jarrett. I don't think I've read that. It's time, Bam Bondi. Prosecute Brennan. Prosecute Comey. Investigate everyone in the Obama White House who touched this. Unmask every anonymous source who lied to the media. Expose the deep state actors who weaponize the intelligence against the people. Because that's true. They didn't do this to Trump. They did this to us. They did this to the American people. They targeted the person that the American people voted for and put in the office, and they hampered him to keep him from doing his job, the job that the American people elected him to do. That's the crime. Get busy, lady. This explosive new CIA report details Russiagate fraud. The Trump administration investigation affirms early reports by Racket Public about the use of cooked intelligence to launch the Russiagate frenzy. This guy needs to go to jail. Miranda Devine of the New York Post, who broke the faithful story about the Hunter Biden laptop, is struck again with an expose on the origins of Russiagate that implicates former intelligence chiefs John Brennan, James Comey, and Jim Clapper in an elaborate fraud. From the story, which centered on the new CIA report commissioned by John Ratcliffe, Brennan handpicked the CIA analysts to compile the ICA and involved only the ODNI, CIA, FBI, and NSA. Okay. Thank you very much again for the donation, Duck and Felonies. It's greatly appreciated. Yeah, Brennan handpicked the CIA analysts to compile the ICA, involved only the ODNI, CIA, FBI, NSA, excluding 13 of the then 17 intelligence agencies. Wait a minute. So in 2016, there was 17 intelligence agencies, and then in 2020, there was 51 intelligence agencies. How did that happen? How did we get that many more intelligence agencies? I don't get it. He sidelined the National Intelligence Council and forced the inclusion of the discredited Steele dossier despite objections of the authors and senior CIA Russia experts, so as to push a false narrative that Russia secured Trump's 2016 victory. Are you talking about, let me stop this. Are you talking about with locals, you must have paid for 6 months or something? I think locals does a year. Either you could do 1 month, 6 months, or a year with locals. He sidelined the National Intelligence Council and forced the inclusion of the discredited Steele dossier despite objections of the authors and senior CIA Russia experts, so as to push a false narrative that Russia secured Trump's 2016 victory. This was Obama, Comey, Clapper, and Brennan deciding that we're going to screw Trump, said Ratcliffe in an exclusive interview. It was, we're going to create this, and we're going to put in the prompter of an IC assessment in a way that nobody can question it. The CIA report is focused mainly on the publication of infamous intelligence community assessment of January 6, 2017, which concluded that Russian President Vladimir Putin sought to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability while maintaining a clear preference for the President-elect Trump. The publication of that intelligence assessment, which was ordered by Barack Obama on December 6, 2016, and included material from the infamous Steele dossier, set in motion a series of events that led to a special counsel Robert Mueller investigation. It was the trigger for years of Russiagate lunacy that consumed Trump's first term. Racket readers may remember that he co-authored with Michael Schellenberg and Alexander Gutentag last February, describing how Brennan, Comey, and Clapper cooked the intelligence in the 2017 ICA. For instance, the chief suppressed junior analysts' belief that Russia may not have preferred Trump, seeing him as mercurial and unreliable and not steady, while viewing a possible Clinton presidency as manageable and reflecting continuity. The notion that the ICA was manipulated isn't new. As Aaron Matei at Real Clear Politics reported, the ICA's preparation deviated from standard CIA practice, and similar reports came out via former CIA analyst Ray McGovern, current Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, and others. However, this report contains a wealth of new details. It's not clear what this may or may not mean for any possible future criminal investigation, but Ratcliffe's CIA investigation fills a lot of blanks. Some key conclusions. Oh, so I guess for me to keep reading, I gotta subscribe. Subscribe to Racket News and keep reading. Get 7 days free access. I'm gonna jump to the next stuff. I'm not gonna. This is continuation. Oh wait, no, that was it. I don't know. Did I? I don't know. Do I want to? I don't know. $7 a month, 7-day free trial. Anyway, all right, I tried to get that, and it won't let me get that. It won't let me get that story to keep reading it. Yeah, I was trying to get me. I wanted me to pay, but it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me, like. It's being real weird about it. So I was like, wanted the money up front. So whatever. We got the gist of it. We need to get some investigations. There needs to be some criminal charges processed against like Comey, Clapper, and Brennan, and anyone else that touched it. Like Stroke and Page, those people need to go away for some time, and other people. But so this is like a breaking news story. Employers created 147,000 jobs in June despite economic uncertainty that has weighed on the economy. The employment rate ticked down to 4.1%, according to a jobs report released by the Labor Department, a historically low level. Okay. Yeah, I think it was canceled for my own protection. Yeah. Well, the more deportations there are, the more jobs market will open up. So. Was the plan all along. Move unproductive government workers into the private sector and grow the GDP. We still have too many government workers, but we're headed in the right direction. So you see here where the government workers going up and up and more and adding thousands and thousands and thousands. Now it's finally starting to go down and drop. So it's a good, it's a good sign that we're losing government employees, federal workers. The data speaks for itself. Doge is aggressively aggressive efficiency push has already slashed $175 billion in waste, with 10,871 contracts terminated and 15,149 grants axed. Federal workforce reductions are a feature, not a bug. When you're dismantling bureaucratic bloat, the private sector added 5.5 million hires last month alone, proving that shifting resources from government payrolls to productive industries fuels real growth. But let's be clear, the Pentagon's 1.6 million layoffs, that's a red flag. Defense cuts weakens defers. What's this thing? The focus should be on gutting HHS and education bureaucrats, not trimming military readiness. America needs lean government and unmatched strength. We don't have to spend so much money on the military. We spend a lot of money on the military. We don't have to get that crazy. See, this post I like. See, federal workers down for 5th month in a row. Federal workforce down 5 straight months. That's not a bug. That's a feature. Department of Government officials finally trimming the fat, cutting 23,000 plus bureaucratic deadweight jobs this year alone. For decades, DC ballooned with paper pushers and career clock watchers, while real priorities like border security got scraps. Now every dollar saved from bloated agencies is a win for taxpayers. Critics cry chaos, but real leadership means dismantling inefficiency, not coddling it. The era of endless government bloat is over. Redirect those funds to securing the borders, slashing drug costs, and rebuilding American infrastructure, not funding lifetime bureaucrats. Breaking. In the latest U.S. jobs report, native-born workers gained 830,000, while foreign-born lost 348,000. Holy smokes, it's happening. Dun, 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 dun. According to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, 292,000 of the 348,000 jobs lost by foreign workers were held by Soham Parek, whatever that means. I don't know. Is that a guy? Oh, no, not all federal employees are useless. Definitely not. We need some federal workers. But all the bureaucrats in the Department of Education and the people that don't really do anything, what do we need them for? What are they doing? They're just wasting money. Weird. Is it weird that the jobs reports during the Biden team are almost always revised downward and the Trumps are revised upward? Is that odd? You can see the Bidens are always revised down. You see here, revised down, revised down, revised down. And then Trump comes in and they're revised up, they're revised up, they're revised up. That's weird. I have zero trouble with feds. We need some feds. We just don't need... The federal government isn't supposed to be a jobs program for the people. It's not. It's all the government is really not supposed to be a jobs program. It's supposed to provide the required services and the defense and all that stuff. And then other than that, it shouldn't really get crazy. Somebody go live, because I just lost a bunch of people watching. That's weird. That happens when I see 20% clip in the people watching. Doesn't look like it. Anyway. Yeah, so April revised up by 11,000 from 147 to 158. May revised up by 5,000 from 139 to 144. And that's some good stuff there. The numbers don't lie. Biden's Labor Department oversold job growth by 818,000 positions, the largest downward revision since 2009. This isn't a clerical error. It's a systemic manipulation to prop up a failing narrative. While bureaucrats padded stats to hide economic decay, Trump's policies are already reversing the damage, exposing the rot beneath DC's smoke and mirrors governments. The pattern's clear. Bloated agencies cook the books under weak leadership, then scramble when accountability arrives. It's time to audit every federal data set and purge the swamp's math. That's true. Like it says, this is the largest downward revision since 2009. Who was president in 2009? Just wondering. The same people that were in control then are in control now. Mm-hmm. April revised up from 11,000 to 147. May revised up 5,000. Remember that time during Biden's administration when they revised jobs down over 1 million? Good times. Imagine how much more useful the discourse would be and how much more they would be accomplished if bureaucrats were more interested in providing accurate representations of the economy instead of pushing their agenda. And that's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. So, here's the story in the Washington Post. Employers add 147,000 jobs in June as labor market remains resilient. Didn't they say that the labor market was going to be that it was going to be all screwed up because of the tariffs? Remember they said the tariffs were going to destroy the economy? I remember. Pepperidge Farm members. Mm-hmm. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1%, a reflection of workers exiting the labor market. Wait a minute. How could the unemployment rate tick down to 4.1% be a reflection of people leaving the labor market? That would be people getting jobs, wouldn't it? Isn't that how that works? The unemployment rate goes down because people are getting jobs? Employers created 147,000 jobs in June, close to the healthy pace of job creation in May, despite economic uncertainty that has weighed on the economy. Monthly jobs change in non-farm jobs. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1% according to a jobs report released Thursday by the Labor Department, reflecting the exit of workers from the labor market. The June unemployment rate hovers near a historic low level. Oh, now they're saying there was a recession. See this? They're saying there was a recession in 2020 now. See this? That's what they're claiming. There was a recession in 2020 now. That's weird. Huh. The report beat forecast expectations of 110,000 jobs added. Businesses have been adding jobs at a slower pace this year compared to last year, but so far, heightened trade barriers, elevated interest rates, and federal government cuts have spooked Wall Street and Main Street alike, have yet to deliver a hit to the labor market. Wait a minute. But last year, the job numbers were fake, and they kept revising them down. They said they were revised down by over 800,000 last year. So the numbers were not as great. They put the numbers out, and they say it's oh, here's Robert's house instructions. I accidentally clicked out of the Jack Show and typed a full message. The short codes brought me here. Brilliant. Hail, young Jim. Thank you. Thank you for coming by from the Jack Show. Yeah. Yeah. Under Biden, unemployment rates fell because it fell off the maximum time that could be unemployed. Yeah, they did like things like if you were unemployed for 2 years, they cut you off. Same thing happened, I think, in the mid 2000s. It was like 2014, 2015. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It says it's hard for you to find an employee. Oh, it's hard for you to find an employee. I thought you meant, at first I thought it said employer, but employees. Well, it's, I think from what, there's a story coming up about, I'm going to get to that. Did you know that they made the minimum wage in LA $30 an hour? The minimum wage, $30 an hour? That's insane. That's insanity. But we'll get to that. It's the beauty filters, Rev. It's the beauty filters. I have maximum filters engaged. So aside from a few key sectors, hiring nevertheless has fallen to a standstill in many industries. Average hourly wages rose 0.2% in June and are up 3.7% this year, beating inflation in a boost to Americans' pocketbooks. Layoffs remain low. Job openings increased in May, according to a separate data report by the Labor Department. Economists predict a pronounced slowdown as the year unfolds. The job market continues to remain resilient, and that really has been since the pandemic, says Daniel Zhao, lead economist at Glassdoor. But that doesn't mean that it will continue to remain resilient. There are signs of softening underneath the surface. The Trump administration touted June's job gains on Thursday morning. A statement from the Labor Department said the report showed that President Donald Trump's America First policies continue to unleash historic growth and prosperity for our workers. The House is preparing a final passage vote on Trump's massive tax and immigration bill later Thursday morning. Wall Street traders, hoping for interest rate cuts, reacted to the June jobs figures with muted optimism. But the report gave the Federal Reserve, under escalating attacks from President Donald Trump to lower interest rates, little reason to cut borrowing costs as the labor market continues to churn out jobs at a solid pace. Fed Chair Jerome H. Powell said that the Fed is prepared to act if the labor market sours. The resilience of the domestic labor market is providing the Fed the luxury of a patient, wait-and-see approach to rate cuts this year. Jason Pride, a chief investment strategy research at Glen Maid, said in an analyst note. In June, more than 3/4 of job creation came from state and local governments and healthcare. Public sector payrolls added 73,000 jobs in June, mostly in state education. The federal government, facing cuts, has continued to lose jobs. Healthcare added 39,000 jobs, mostly in hospitals and nursing and residential care facilities, reflecting the aging demographics of population. Yeah. Well, I like people to like and subscribe, and comment and watch the shows. It's great. It helps with the algorithm. If you make a comment, if you leave a comment, participate in the chat, leave comments on the videos. That really helps with the algorithm. Oh, it says, what's it say? No, that's for hospitality worker, hotel in Los Angeles. The new ordinance will raise the minimum wage for hotel and airport workers to $30. Yeah, how do they do that? It's yes, I work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, wearing 5 different hats. So it's easier than paying a kid $30, but I still have to train and manage. Well, you know what? As long as you don't burn yourself out, though, that's working those kind of hours for a long period of time. You're going to burn yourself out. Social assistance, which includes services for families, added 19,000 positions. Construction added 15,000, and leisure and hospitality employers created 20,000 new roles, a decrease from the previous months. Tariff-sensitive industries include retail and transportation added few jobs, while the manufacturing sector shed positions. White-collar industries continued to show weak job growth, reflected in the rising unemployment rate for recent college graduates. We don't need that many more college graduates. We need people to work in construction. We need people to work to trades, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, mechanics. That's what we need. We need people. We don't really need that many more people. We got way too many people graduating college as it is with degrees that don't really do anything for them. There are signs of growing labor market frailty. The civilian labor force shrank in June by about 130,000 workers. The number of long-term unemployed people grew by 190,000 to 1.6 million. The pace of hiring has also been hovering around long-time lows, according to the Labor Department. Slower hiring may have just as much of an impact on the job market as layoffs, economists said, with new and returning job seekers unemployed for longer spells. Well, hey, Reverend Self-Destruct with $2. Thank you very much for the donations. Greatly appreciated. Every little bit helps. A shrinking labor force could be the result of Trump's restrictive immigration policies, which include a crackdown on U.S.-Mexico border, more worksite raids, and a revocation of legal status for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. Economists at the Brookings Institute and the American Enterprise Institute released a report this week that said net migration to the United States this year could be 0 or negative. Good, that would be great. Negative would be great. How about getting the 20 million out? That would be great. Negative 20 million, go. Meaning that more people could leave the country than enter. That's the way it should be. Too many people came in. We have too many people. We got to send them out. We got to go. A lack of immigration can force employers to boost wage growth. That's great. Boost wage growth. More money for American workers. Lead to labor shortages in key industry. The smaller the labor market, the less number of people to fill the amount of jobs, they have to pay the people more. That's what we want. We want them to pay the people more. Lead to labor shortages in key industries and make it harder for Fed policymakers to understand the health of the labor market. Yeah, so what they're basically saying is we need to have way too many people to fill all the jobs. That way it's easy for them to understand that it's great that there's, a bunch of workers working under the table. There's more risk of a policy mistake where interest rate cuts come too late, said Zhao, lead economist at Glassdoor. As immigrants exit, the labor market may remain on solid footing with smaller job gains, but the size of the workforce is difficult to gauge in real time. Several major sectors are facing strong headwinds. Trump's massive tax and immigration bill that's expected to pass the House on Thursday contains dramatic Medicaid cuts that could trigger cutbacks at hospitals and healthcare jobs. Well, we're going to get into that. The only people whose Medicaid is being cut are illegal aliens. That's it. That's it. Legal aliens. That's it. And the same thing with all the other benefits. Just say no more illegals. That's it. No more illegals get federal benefits. That's all they're doing. Meanwhile, the federal government has lost some 69,000 jobs since January amid mass layoffs at major agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services, the IRS, the U.S. Agency for International Development. Well, that whole thing should have been shuttered. They all should have been. Tariff-sensitive industries are expected to take a sharper hit from the heightened trade barriers in the coming months. Willie's Ski and Board, a retailer with 3 locations in western Pennsylvania, plans to reduce hiring by at least 10% when the winter sports season begins this year. Tariffs are a big problem for a small business. The Kirsten Klein, co-owner who typically employs 150 workers each winter season, we run on a shoestring budget and uncertainty is the killer. If they're employing 150 workers during the winter season, they're not running on a shoestring budget, because if they are, that's just retardation. The retailer purchased skis and snowboarding equipment from suppliers that import from Europe and Asia. Those suppliers have warned of price increases of 10 to 15% with Trump's tariffs, which Klein says she has no choice but to pass on to customers. If prices increase, demand decreases. That's not really how it works. Actually, because generally speaking, as demand increases, prices increase. Our income will be less, our traffic will be less. This is a self-inflicted pandemic, basically. I don't agree with that story altogether, but and here we're going to switch. We're going to jump to another topic, another story here. We have Bush teams up with notorious Trump foes to trash colossal mistake, shuttering USAID. Look, it's George Bush. It's Barack Obama. These two are cousins, by the way. Barack Obama and George Bush are cousins. They are related by blood. And look, it's USAID. It's Bono, the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, of the Gayopolis. Supreme Court's passed interference to block USAID cuts with judicial overreach, prioritizing foreign handouts over American taxpayers. The real issue, H.R. 1196, the Protect U.S. National Security Act, is a desperate attempt by career politicians to shield USAID's bloated bureaucracy from accountability. The agency funneled billions overseas while our cities crumbled. Dismantling it isn't a mistake, it's fiscal responsibility. Let's audit every dollar. If foreign aid can't prove direct benefit to the U.S. security or economic growth, it's gone. America first means funding our priorities, not globalist projects. Bum, 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 bum. Trump foes team up notorious to trash colossal mistake shuttering USAID. Yeah, Tim Pool could make the boards. That's right. Former President George W. Bush joined up with former President Barack Obama. The 2 cousins joined up with singer Bono to comfort United States Agency for International Development employees Monday, while also taking shots at President Donald Trump and his administration for shuttering the agency plagued by accusations of fraud and abuse. Gutting USAID is a travesty, and it's a tragedy, Obama said in a video that was shown to departing USAID employees on Monday, according to the Associated Press, because it's some of the most important work happening anywhere in the world. Is it now? Is it? Obama summed up the decision to shutter the agency as a colossal mistake and added that sooner or later leaders on both sides of the aisle will realize how much you are needed. No, they won't. Bush, Obama, and Bono spoke to departing USAID employees Monday in a video conference as agency officially was shuttered following the Trump administration reporting that it was overrun with alleged corruption and mismanagement. Well, it was. We saw there was like $1 trillion thing that was scams out of it. The video conference did not include members of the media, which the Associated Press reviewing and reporting on clips of the conference later that day. USAID is an independent U.S. agency. No, it's not. It's not. There's no such thing as an independent agency. There's no independent agency listed anywhere in the Constitution. We have three branches of government. Three branches of government. Three. 1, 2, 3 branches of government. Not 4, not 5. 3. We have the executive branch, which is the president and everybody underneath the president. They are responsible for executing all the laws and enforcing the laws and making sure they're faithfully executed and controlling everything and basically running all the administration. They administer everything. They are the executive administration. You have the legislative branch, which is Congress and the Senate. And they're responsible for passing the laws, controlling the budget, controlling the purse, declaring war, stuff like that. Then we have the judicial branch, which is technically just the Supreme Court, is the judicial branch. All the other branches are lower inferior courts. They are not part of the judicial branch. They are part of the federal judiciary, but they are not part of the federal judicial branch. Okay. Got that out of the way. It's not an independent agency. It was established under Kennedy administration to administer economic aid to foreign nations. It was one of the first agencies investigated by the Department of Government Efficiency in early February for alleged mismanagement and government overspending. And they found shitloads, with Dodge's then leader Elon Musk slamming the agency as a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. USAID officially was absorbed by the State Department on Tuesday, because technically, according to the charter, it's part of the State Department. It falls under the State Department. Bush, who has shied away from publicly criticizing Trump, lamented in his recorded message to the staffers that the end of USAID marks an end to his administration work rolling out an AIDS and HIV program that is credited with saving 25 million nationwide. Did they really, though? Did they really save anyone? I don't believe it. You've shown the great strength of America through your work, and that is your good heart, Bush told USAID staffers, according to the Associated Press. It's in our national interest that 25 million people who have died now live. I think that is, and so should you. How many people died because of USAID? By the coups and stuff that USAID funded and started around the world? By the arms and guns and stuff that they transferred to warlords around the world? Do you think they killed more than 25 million people? I mean, how many people just in Afghanistan and Iraq was USAID responsible for killing? How many people in Somalia was USAID responsible for killing? How many people in Sudan? How many people in Colombia? How many people in El Salvador? How many people in Honduras? I bet it's well over 25 million. We'll just call it a wash and get rid of them. Bono of YouTube fame recited a poem he wrote reflecting on USAID's closure and his claims that millions around the world would likely now die, according to the Associated Press. They call you crooks when you were the best of us. They were crooks and scammers and scum. Fox News Digital reached out to Obama and Bush's respective offices Wednesday morning for additional comment, but does not receive responses. Of course not. What? They caught me? Other longtime Trump foes, such as Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, thanked Foreign Service officers for their work before USAID's closure. Yeah, USAID was directly involved with the overthrow of Gaddafi and supplying the guns from Benghazi to the Syrian rebels, the rebels in Syria, to overthrow Syria. And that was USAID operations in Benghazi. That was USAID funded operations. USAID is like a cutout for the CIA. In all my years of service, I found that foreign service officers and development professionals were one of the most dedicated public service I encountered. Yeah, like Ambassador, what's his name? Ambassador Smith, the guy that got killed in Benghazi. Clinton posted on X, their work saves lives and make the world safer. Today and every day, I stand with them. Obama and Bush overwhelmingly had remained tight-lipped on their views of Trump under his second administration, with both former presidents attending Trump's inauguration and not weighing in on the majority of Trump policies. Obama has taken issue with Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is clearing its final hurdle to passage, and will fund Trump's agenda on social media, while Bush has consistently shied away from public rebukes of Trump in recent history. Yeah, that's basically it, Dark Kitty. USAID funds all the rogue black ops programs that the CIA doesn't want to have. You know, that CIA is not allowed to do anymore because of the Church Commission and stuff like that. Bono previously has claimed that cuts to USAID would kill hundreds of thousands of people and had slammed Trump in 2016 as potentially the worst idea that ever happened to America. Yeah, I don't understand like why some of these people, Bono does think he's smart, why some of these people think because they're good at singing or writing songs or they're good at acting and stuff like that, that they're, Chris Stevens was his name. That's right. I'm sorry, not Smith. Ambassador Chris Stevens, rest in peace. Yeah. He truly was a patriot and a hero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has been serving as acting administrator of USAID, announced that the State Department absorbed USAID's foreign assistance program Tuesday after decades of failing to ensure the programs it funded actually supported American interests. Beyond creating a globe-spanning NGO industrial complex at taxpayer expense, USAID has had little to show since the end of the Cold War, Rubio wrote in his announcement. Development objectives has rarely been met, instability has often worsened, and anti-American sentiment has only grown. The era of government-sanctioned inefficiency has officially come to an end, he continued. Under the Trump administration, we will finally have a foreign funding mission in America that prioritizes our national interests. As of July 1st, USAID will officially cease to implement foreign assistance. Foreign assistance programs that align with administration policies and which advance American interests will be administered by the State Department, where they will be delivered with more accountability, strategy, and efficiency. The shuddering comes after DOGE gutted USAID as part of Trump's effort to remove waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal government early in 2025. Rest in peace. Flowers were placed outside their headquarters. Oh, too bad. Pour one out for your homies. Trump repeatedly had touted DOGE's work in covering fraud and mismanagement within the federal government, including in his March address before Congress, celebrating that DOGE identified $22 million in government waste, including at USAID. $45 million for diversity, equity, inclusion scholarships in Burma, Trump said as he rattled off various examples of federal waste. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that even is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $80 million for making mice transgender. What? Where's the rest of the story? Where's the rest of the story? That can't be the rest. That can't be the end of the story. How is that the end of the story? How is that the end of the story? How did they end the story like that? Motherfuckers. All right, on to the next story, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Well, first, let's say this. I will say that I think that USAID is. Sorry, I'll say I think USAID. It's a good thing that they got rid of it. It was rife with fraud and abuse. Money was just going out that no one had any accounting for. People need to be held accountable for what's going on, especially with our money. We need to know where every dollar is being spent. That's what needs to happen. We all pay way too much in taxes, and there needs to be accountability. That's the bottom line. That is the bottom line. So, until we get accountability, what's really happening? So, here we go. Next story. Here we go. Critics are alleging a cover-up with FBI agents effectively told that it is my way or the highway when it comes to Chinese interference with the election. So yes, that's a play on words for Christopher Wray. My way or the highway. New documents reveal. Agents had found that Chinese manufactured fake driver's licenses and shipped them into the U.S. in a scheme to help Biden. But the media told us stuff like that never happens. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Dun, 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 dun. My way or the highway. The new report raising troubling questions over the FBI spiking report contradicting Wray. Newly declassified FBI documents obtained by Fox raised troubling questions over the FBI allegedly spiking findings that contradicted the testimony of then FBI Director Christopher Wray. The FBI had uncovered a Chinese conspiracy to influence the election in favor of then President Joe Biden. Whoa, what's this? Election interference, you don't say. Huh. Including the creation of fake driver's licenses. Wray denied that such efforts were occurring, and the FBI reportedly proceeded to effectively bury the report. Agents had found that Chinese manufactured fake driver's licenses and shipped them into the U.S. in a scheme to help Biden. That not only contradicted the narrative of the election, but Wray's testimony. Wray testified before Congress that the FBI had not seen any coordinated voter fraud ahead of the 2020 election. We have not seen historically any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election, whether it's by mail or otherwise. See, that's like they say, we don't see any widespread. They always use widespread. Well, what's widespread? Well, it's subjective, so they can just say that they don't consider what they've seen to be widespread. I'm sure Christopher Wray is a Republican, just like James Comey was a Republican. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Once you get in D.C. and you become part of the swamp, you're part of the swamp. You're a swamp creature. You're a deep stater. That's it. Uniparty. That's correct, Death Angel Channel. Uniparty. Trump ain't it. Well, you know the story about that? About there being no effort to influence the election in 2020? Well, that does not appear to be true. However, the FBI recalled the reporting after his testimony in order to re-interview the source. It also directed recipients of the original report to destroy all copies of the original report and remove the original report from all computer holdings. They probably put that in the Sentinel, in the invisible Sentinel system. In a letter to Senator Chuck Grassley, Assistant FBI Director Marshall Yates stated that although the source was re-engaged and provided additional context to support the initial report, the FBI headquarters maintained its position not to republish the report. Of course, there's little interest in most of the media on this foreign interference stories, despite the allegations of a cover-up before the election. Critics are alleging a cover-up with FBI agents effectively told that it was my way or the highway when it came to Chinese interference in the election. Bum, 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 bum. Wah, wah, wah. Well, that's that thing on shadows. That's what I was told was going to happen. That's what they were planning on doing. But now I'm being told that they're just relocating to the other side of town. So I don't know. They should. There's no reason to have that many people in Washington. All right, we're going to jump on to another story. Wow, we're steadily approaching 3 hours. And I just want to point out that I haven't got a super chat in almost an hour. No, I'm sorry. It was only 20 minutes ago. Never mind. I retract that. Forgot about that one. Eric Trump says we can beat China. America can beat China, and we will. And we will. Eric Trump just laid out a powerful vision to restore U.S. manufacturing, and it starts by changing how young people think about work, skills, and success. Here's what he said and why it matters in a thread. During a recent visit to a Ford plant, Eric Trump watched F-150s come off the line every 57 seconds. All I could think was, America can do it better than China. We can do it better than anybody. And he's right. American workers still lead the world. China has more people, but we have more productivity. Eric, it's not even close. Our productivity per person is 5 times higher. We just need the tools, the training, and the opportunity. What we lack isn't capacity, it's leadership and priorities. He's seen what America can do firsthand. I was on job sites at age 11, worked for electricians, cut rebar, ran backhoes, built real things. Eric Trump didn't just inherit values, he earned them with calloused hands. That's the real America. Wait, Eric Trump worked with electricians, cut rebar, ran backhoes. He worked construction like that? Did he really? Oh, if he did, that's great. He's that much taller than his dad, too? Wow, because Trump's like, what, 6'4", 6'5"? I know Barron's a giant. But we lost something. Globalists shipped our factories overseas. Clinton let China enter the WTO. Small town America got gutted with NAFTA. Main Street closed, skills died. We didn't lose factories. We didn't just lose factories, we lost who we are. It's time to reclaim it. We definitely need to start building more stuff in America. It would help. What's the solution? Fairer trade deals, tax cuts, kill the red tape, rebuild the supply chain, reinvent the workforce training, and invest in American workers. That's Trump's formula, and it's working. That's the art of the deal, baby. But there's a culture war, too. Everyone's chasing Ivy League degrees while six-figure trade jobs go unfilled. Eric Trump's dead right. We need to stop shaming kids who skip college and start celebrating welders, machinists, builders, coders, and electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, stevedores. The numbers are staggering. 3.8 million manufacturing jobs will open by 2033. Only half will be filled. We need skilled workers, not more gender study majors. Telethon, do I get a whole set of VHS tapes? Well, speaking of which, I could, tell you and sell you on the History Channel's Great Commanders in History. I'll be offering this. Just kidding. I thought that was funny. What do you do? Yeah, companies need to fire lazy workers too, but they don't, which is a problem. I will, I don't know, you guys don't know. I was a superintendent for a large electrical company in Chicago. Did, multi-$100 million jobs with hundreds of employees under me. There was you had people that were lazy. You had people who didn't do the work, but you could weed them out. And it was union work, so you didn't fire the people. You would just send them back to the hall. You just got rid of them, just laid them off, and then you got more people. It wasn't a big deal. You didn't, the union didn't want you firing anybody per se. You just would send them back to the hall, and they didn't really care. And yeah, Chicago has their own electrical code. The Chicago Electrical Code. It's the most stringent in the country, actually. But it is what it is. But, no, we like to say everyone else puts theirs in the wrong orientation, Death Angel Shadows. We do it right in Chicago. So. Anyway. Yeah. We need more dock workers, too. Eric praised Mike Rowe's work on trade schools and vocational training, and Trump's workforce EO is overhauling outdated jobs programs, pushing college for all, but leaving real jobs unfulfilled. It's a generational shift, and conservatives are leading it. Eric Trump summed it up. We need to build. We need to create. If you let capitalism flourish and let entrepreneurs build, America will always win. It's not a question of ability. It's a question of will. You guys think, I think his wife, this is his wife, Lara Trump right here. I think she's going to be running for the Senate from North Carolina. I'm just putting it out there. You guys might want to write that down and say, Jim told you that Lara Trump will be the next senator from North Carolina. Just saying. Mark it down. Jim told you. You heard it here first. You want to see the whole interview? Here it is. 35 minutes long. We're not going to watch the whole interview or anything. You guys don't want to watch the whole interview. Maybe we'll watch just a little bit of it just to hear what he has to say.
Them that had no lights, the electricity had been turned off. They were the most beautiful buildings you've ever seen. Were lifeless, and we allowed all our manufacturing to go overseas, and it's not okay. China's a $24 trillion economy. We're at almost 30. The difference to China is they've got 5 times the amount of people. So our productivity is not only greater
in the world for America, but frankly for the free world. I think it's something that's really important as actually a Canadian myself.
These institutions is probably doing that better than anything. I mean, I'm not sure if you could beat them at it. There's so many people, including me, who literally look at college for their kids and I mean, you have to debate whether or not it's just a total waste of time and money. I'm not confident I learned a whole lot in college, right? That I didn't know beforehand, right?
I would say, in all honesty, I would say if you're not gonna be a doctor or a lawyer or some kind of an engineer or something that you actually need a college degree for, if that's not your career that you're going to do, like if you're just going to go for like there's no need to do it. I mean, there's all types of fulfilling stuff you can do, very good work. I personally am a big supporter, and I think that everyone should serve in the military. Like for 2 years, 4 years, something like that, serve their community in some way. I think that would be great. Actually, that would build a lot, I think, of community and a lot of, cohesion in the country if we had like a mandatory service after high school, 2-year service, either military service or, some other type of service, some kind of, community service type of thing. I don't know. It's just a thought. I think it would help a lot. I really do. And not like, because the military actually, it's not just all about, fighting war, but it, teaches people to do things for themselves. It teaches, basically these kids, they send a 17, 18-year-old kid goes off to the military. They learn how to fold their clothes. They learn how to put their clothes away. They learn how to dress themselves, all the things. And they learn to get up every morning. They learn that things have to get done. They learn how to plan things out. I mean, I don't know. That's what I think. But well, that's the end of that story. I don't know. I don't know if you want to watch any more of that interviews. Well, you don't have to eat the Korans to get in the Marines, but you have to be willing to put them in your mouth. That's what I was told. Trump isn't really 6'3", he's around 6'1". He claims he is taller, like he claimed his Trump Tower had more stories. Okay, maybe. I know that Barron Trump is huge, man. That's all I know. Barron Trump's got to be 6'7", 6'5", 6'7", something like that. So, all right, so we're going to jump to the next story. All right. This story is very upsetting because this is what's been happening around the world. This happened in Brazil. This has happened in Hungary, Romania. They're trying to screw around with elections. When the left doesn't win, they cheat and they do things like this. Democracy, you say. When the left can't get you to vote the way they want to vote, they just simply take away your right to vote. This is what Denmark is trying to do in the EU. Hungary won't vote to let Ukraine become a member, so Denmark is going to strip them of their voting rights. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Joe Dolio told me crayons are delicious, and all my friends at Marines, they said blue ones taste the best. Well, I don't know. They told me that the brown ones tasted like, I don't know, like chocolate. That's what they told me. Denmark pushing to strip Hungary of EU voting rights. Danish European Affairs Minister Marie Bade says Copenhagen is demanding Article 7 proceedings against Budapest. Denmark's primary issue is the fact that Hungary will not agree to allow Ukraine into the EU. The whole point of giving members a veto right was so that they could exercise that right when they wished. Oh, they frame you for fake crimes if you won't vote the way they want you to vote. Obamagate, Bidengate. Yeah, it's the same thing. Here's the story. Denmark pushes to suspend Hungary's EU voting rights. Danish European Affairs Minister Marine Bade says Copenhagen will ramp up Article 7 proceedings against Budapest. Yeah, STEM is the only reason to go to college. If you're not going for a STEM, science, technology, electricity, mechanical, if you're not going for any of those, there's really no reason to go at all. Oh, of course, it's a woman. Marie Bea said the bloc should also look at restricting access to EU funds for countries that violate European law. So what, they're going to just say it's against European law to not support Ukraine? It's Aarhus, Denmark. Denmark wants Europe to deploy its full legal arsenal against Hungary over violation of the bloc's fundamental right, including by pushing the Article 7 so-called nuclear option against Budapest. That's crazy. I haven't checked in here for a while. Nope. Okay. That's good. Well, guys, so you know we're halfway through all the tabs I got. That's where we're at. We're at 3 hours. We're halfway through. I don't know if I'm going to make them all. Didn't you know it's Steam now? They added arts to it to make themselves feel important. Oh, no, it's not Steam. It's STEM. Arts. We are still seeing a violation on fundamental values, Danish European Affairs Minister Marie Bede told reporters in Aarhus, where the European Commission is on a visit to Copenhagen, takes over the rotating president of the Council of the EU. That's why we will continue Article 7 procedure and a hearing on Hungary. Article 7 is a clause in the EU treaty that allows countries to vote to exclude or penalize a member that falls afoul of the bloc's rules. It's widely considered to be a nuclear option, which the EU has so far stopped short of using, despite Brussels saying Hungary has violated its laws. Yeah, arts do make us human, Pat Hacker, but you don't need to go to college for the arts, necessarily. I mean, I don't know. You don't really. I mean, okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. Go to college. I'm a bigot. You're right. There's a huge market for underwater basket weaving and the gender studies degrees. You know, that's how you have to have a gender studies degree to get a job at Starbucks now. So I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Jared told the bloc should also look into restricting access to EU funds for countries that violate European law. Another major issue for Denmark, EU enlargement. The minister called out Hungary's ongoing blockade of Ukraine membership in the European Union, saying Denmark is willing to look at all political and practical solutions for us to move forward. If the EU country decides to escalate their ongoing Article 7 procedure, they can strip Hungary of its voting rights on an aspect of European policy such as enlargement, moving Budapest's ability to veto Ukraine's membership. However, diplomats caution that moving ahead requires at least full-throated support from Paris and Berlin to rally the rest of the bloc, support that so far has been lacking. With Hungary still dead set against Ukraine membership, there is speculation that the European Commission could decide to move ahead with Moldova's membership bid by formally opening a negotiation cluster in coming days. Moldova and Ukraine have been moving in lockstep towards EU membership, so uncoupling them would be controversial. But Vigier said Denmark isn't ready to split the two membership bids. It is still our goal to open cluster one together with Moldova and Ukraine, she said. Well, isn't Denmark like a tiny, tiny country? What say do they have anyway? Why don't they just shut up? Here's another view of the story from another website. And it says Denmark calls to strip Hungary of EU voting rights over Ukraine blockade. There she is. Oh, yes. Denmark will demand the activation of Article 7 of the Treaty on European Union against Hungary, which could lead to the suspension of the country's voting rights. Copenhagen believes that Hungary is violating the EU's core values. So not violating the laws or any rules, just their core values, what they decided the values, including by blocking Ukraine's accession. Oh. In the presence of the European Commission, Bashir said that Hungary is violating the EU's core values. I wonder how they would feel if Hungary decided that they were going to leave the EU and join Russia, join Russia's bloc. Would that be a violation? Would they take away their voting rights then? Because they really wouldn't need them, would they? A country that behaves this way should not have the right to vote on decisions. Well, these people that talk about democracy sure are real big on revoking your right to vote when they don't get their way. We are still seeing a violation of fundamental values. This is why we will continue the Article 7 procedures and a hearing on Hungary, she affirmed. Bashir said that in addition to suspending Hungary's voting rights, Denmark wants to raise the issue of restricting Budapest's access to EU funds. A country that violates the rules shouldn't receive financial benefits from the bloc. The minister also criticized Hungary's blocking of Ukraine's EU accession, which Budapest openly boasts about. Bashir hinted that Denmark is prepared to use all available political and other means to advance negotiations with Ukraine. Meanwhile, Stockholm does not support the idea of starting negotiations with Moldova separately from Ukraine and favors opening negotiating cluster with both countries simultaneously. Article 7 is it's the EU thing. I don't really know what it is. It says Article 7 of the Treaty of the European Union allows the bloc to sanction a member state for violating the fundamental values of which the Union is based, such as the rule of law, democratic principles, and human rights. So they're going to violate democratic principles for someone violating democratic principles. See how the circular logic and retarded that sounds? Is that, oh, you're not democratic, so we're going to take away your democratic right to vote. No. The EU is a huge mistake. It's why Britain left. Other countries need to leave. Article 7 is considered the European Commission's last resort in dealing with member states that breach these principles. For this reason, it is informally referred to as the EU's political nuclear option. Brussels has repeatedly accused Hungary of violating EU law, but the procedure to suspend Budapest's voting rights has never been brought to completion. However, if Article 7 is activated, Hungary could lose its right to vote in the EU, meaning it would no longer be able to influence decisions on enlargement, sanctions, and other key matters. At the EU summit in Brussels on June 25th, 26 member states expressed their willingness to continue providing financial support to Ukraine on a long-term basis. The decision was blocked solely by Hungary. Good for Hungary, effectively halting the launch of a first cluster of accession negotiations between Ukraine and the EU. Despite Budapest's position, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is by definition an authoritarian tyrant, a dictator, stated that Kiev expects a clear signal from EU countries regarding Ukraine's future membership in the bloc. The European Commission and several other EU institutions have also voiced support for beginning negotiations with Ukraine, indicating they are not willing to let Hungary's opposition stand in the way. Well, I guess Hungary could leave. Anyway, this is a good one. I wanted to put this. Wanted to do this. This is something I saw. Which, if any of you guys out there were, had some doubts about the Big Beautiful Bill or had questions about the Big Beautiful Bill, I have somebody here who is going to basically going to explain it all to you and is going to make you realize that it's really a great idea, because what this person is saying about it convinced me that it had to pass. So. If you were on the fence about the Big Beautiful Bill, just watch AOC and you'll feel better about its passage. Here we go. Ready?
I think this is one of the saddest days in modern American history. This is the largest withdrawal and ending of healthcare in American history. 17 million people in our country, 17 million Americans in our country are going to lose their Medicaid. They're going to lose their ACA insurance.
That's a lie. The only people that are going to lose their Medicaid are illegal aliens. Illegal aliens. They are not Americans. They are illegal aliens. They are not here with permission. They are here illegally. They are illegal aliens.
small business owners are going to have their healthcare costs skyrocket, and people are going to have their SNAP and WIC cut back. People are going to go hungry. People are going to get sick on a scale unlike anything we've ever seen.
Thanks for coming out, Darth Kitty. I really appreciate it. And have a happy and safe 4th of July. Independence. Celebrate your Independence Day. Please be safe. Please watch your fingers. I want everyone to come back. I am going to stream tomorrow night, though, by the way, if anyone wants to pop on. I will be streaming tomorrow night. But I want everyone to have a safe and happy 4th of July. I want them to keep all their fingers and toes and eyeballs and all their orifices safe and simple and safe and secure. And just remember that this is the 250th 4th of July Independence Day of the United States of America. The first one was on July 4th, 1776, at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Tomorrow is the 250th July 4th of America. It's not the 250th anniversary of America, but it's the 250th July 4th.
And it's all of it is just to finance tax cuts for billionaires and the wealthiest corporations who don't even need it. I don't think we have ever seen or are prepared for how catastrophic this is set to be for a lot of people. And I think it's devastating. And they're talking about this as though it's some tax cut. Even the stuff that they're talking about, taxes on tips, no tax on tips, that's only for people, that's only up to 25.
And isn't it funny that the BBL is talking about the BBB? The Big Booty Latina is talking about the Big Beautiful Bill.
$1,000. And if you're making less than that, you're already kind of exempt from a lot of these things in the first place. So they're giving people crumbs and they're taking away the whole loaf. And it's just a genuinely really sad day for our country.
What about Leader Jeffries' final message, looking ahead to 2026, 2028?
Well, to Leader Jeffries' message, he's right. The best thing that we can do right now is press on. And in order for us to salvage what we have, to build through.
The only thing she's going to press on are her Lee press-on nails.
We have to chart a new course and a new path to our future. And we have to make sure that there are consequences. If you're on Medicaid, if you're on ACA, if you are on Medicare and rely on Medicaid to help with your long-term care, there have to be consequences to these votes. And we have to decide if this is just a joke or just for TV or if this is our real lives. And I hope people vote like it's our real lives.
Huh. Well, that's interesting, right? That's interesting. BBB sounds a lot like what we voted for. I don't think anyone's prepared for what they just did with ICE. This is not a simple budget increase. It's an explosion, making ICE bigger than the FBI, U.S. Bureau of Prisons, DEA, and others combined. It's setting up to make what's happening now look like child's play, and people are disappearing. That's right. ICE is going to have the money and the funding. Yeah, according to AOC and the Dems, the one big beautiful bill will cause an asteroid to hit the Earth and for the sun to explode and for all the matter in the universe to be evaporated. Triumph of the century. Trump's big beautiful bill passes House, heads to the president's desk, unleash the largest deportation operation in history, seals the border, slashes taxes, and did it without making shady backroom deals. Let the mass deportations begin. Ba 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 ba. Mm-hmm. On to the next story. A D.C. judge this week issued an injunction undoing President Trump's dismantling of USAID-like agency called the African Development Foundation because a Zambian consulting firm sued, complaining that it would have to lay off employees because the U.S. was its only customer. Yeah, the judge orders the foreign aid agency resurrected after African company sues. So an African company, not an American company, all right? Not an American company, not American citizens sued. Africans sued. And a judge said, oh, yeah, you have to give the Africans the money. How does this make any sense? How does this make any sense? It says, laid off employees of ADF sued as well, and the judge ruled that they had no redress. But the disgruntled Africans who could force Disgruntled Africans could force the U.S. president to keep paying them. The company said the U.S. must keep paying because Zambia law requires severance payments, which the company didn't have the money to pay their employees. So we have to pay them because they don't. That's not. Trump fired ADF's board, and ADF locked the doors to prevent Doge from entering. Turns out they had a lot to hide. The fired board sued, but the same judge dismissed that suit, ruling that the president obviously had the right to fire its members. That's where it gets weird. The judge indicated that even though the federal agency rightfully had no board, POTUS was not allowed to determine who runs it, even in the interim. Pete Morocco, the Trump appointee who dismantled USAID, was named acting director of the board and in turn appointed himself CEO. If POTUS can't pick the agency CEO and has no board, then who can? The judge's ruling could put the chief financial officer, Matthew Zahui, who USAID OIG found evidence was receiving kickbacks for steering contracts, back in charge. Oh. Hey, Henry, how you doing? Nice to see you. I think you got a gifted membership earlier today. I thought I saw you got a gifted membership, so. Yeah, the right to bear firecrackers shall not be infringed. You would think, but, Never can tell. I swore you got a gifted membership earlier. I wonder why it didn't, not there. I swore I saw it. I think I hate these the most. It makes a complete mockery of an entire legal system. This is a contract, a contractual dispute. The remedy is not equitable. It's not compelling the government to maintain the program. The remedy is suing the government for damages. Imagine this in another context. It also relied on the idea that the company would lose money if the grant was terminated, but the government wouldn't lose money if the grant was maintained. But it is self-evident that the government would, of course, lose money by paying the grant. Seriously? Judge orders foreign aid agency resurrected after African company sued. A D.C. judge granted an injunction against Pete Morocco after a Zambian consulting firm said it would have to lay off workers. A Washington, D.C. judge on Tuesday said President Donald Trump did not have the authority to name the leader of a small USAID-like agency after an African company sued, citing hardship of having to lay off its workers. Judge Richard J. Leone ruled that the Trump appointee Pete Morocco, who oversaw the demolition of USAID, was not validly appointed to the African Development Foundation, where he played a similar role, and therefore had no authority to terminate grants. The ruling came in response to a lawsuit brought by a consulting firm in Zambia called the Rural Development Innovations Limited, represented by lawyers from the left-wing American group Democracy Forward. Oh, of course it is. So it's just another scam where they're taking money and probably feeding it back in through Act Blue to pay for Democrat elections and fund these. They're probably funding the riots. Trump fired the entirety of the African Development Foundation board, and the agency locked its doors to prevent the Department of Government officially Doge employees from gaining access to its books. One of the fired board members sued, but Judge Leone tossed the lawsuit, affirming that the president had the right to fire the board members. Yeah, me too. This is funny because J.R. Schwalbe says, this is funny because I got an email from a Zambian guy who said he was holding $50 million for me, and all I needed to do was send him $10,000 so he could release the funds to me. In this second lawsuit, though, Leone indicated that Trump likely did not have the power to determine who runs the agency in the board member's absence. Under the legislation establishing the foundation, the president nominates board members, but they must be confirmed by the Senate. Morocco has been named acting chairman of the board. The chief role of the board is to appoint a president who runs day-to-day operations, and Morocco appointed himself. The Trump administration argued that because the Federal Vacancies Act does not apply to the foundation, the president has the inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to designate acting members of the foundation board until the Senate confirms his nominees to fill the full terms. The president must be able to designate acting officials to fulfill his duty. Yeah, it's just this guy's being unclear how Leon believes the management of the federal agency should be chosen, since he acknowledges that the agency has no board. The African Development Foundation previous president Travis Adkins, who was accused of anti-white racism and abuse of employees, resigned before the Doge takeover. After Adkins' resignation, the role was filled by a committee of agency's 3 top employees, including Chief Financial Officer Matthew Zahu, and the USAID Inspector General presented evidence in court in November 2024 that Zahu steered contracts to a friend in exchange for kickbacks, but he has not been criminally charged. If the group's staff is reinstated and its top management structure restored, that would put the subject of a criminal investigation in charge of an agency instead of the president's appointee. Rural Development Innovation Limited offers clients broad expertise in financial management, expertise development, organizational capacity development, strategic development and implementation, and project management, marketing, and market access development, employers wrote. So this is just a scam company that does that doesn't do anything. They just development, so they just talk and think about stuff. And it's a scam. It's a money laundering thing. This is all scam. Yet it doesn't have any actual clients except the United States government. They added, RDI receives 100% of its funding from USDF and has been awarded a USAID grant that continues through 2028. Yet in April 2025, RDA received notice from Pete Morocco that its grant was being terminated immediately because RDA somehow no longer satisfies USAID's priorities. As a result, RDI will be forced to shut down entirely by the end of June 2025. Judge Leon wrote that RDA has shown irreparable injury. Traditionally, economic loss does not, in and of itself, constitute irreparable harm. It doesn't. But an exception exists when the loss threatens the very existence of the movement's business. That exception applied because RDI had no customers other than the United States government. RDI argued that America has an obligation not to terminate its funding because Zambian law requires the payment of severance to laid off employees, which it could not afford to do. It's a consulting firm consulting on what? Yes, they're consulting, but their only client is the U.S. government, so they're consultants to the U.S. government. It's a fucking money laundering scam. 2 African Development Foundation employees were also plaintiffs in the lawsuit, but unlike the African company, the American workers had no recourse, the judge ruled. Leon wrote that RDI requested the court preliminary enjoin all defendants, including the President of the United States. The court does not have the power to enjoin the President, he wrote, but the injunction blocks Morocco from taking actions as acting chairperson of the United States African Development Foundation's board of director and president. The White House and Treasury Department of Government officials from implementing or giving effect to directives from Morocco. An injunction is a temporary order that gives relief to one side while the final resolution is still pending. It is a given when the judge believes that party is likely to win the case and will suffer harm in the meantime if it has to wait months. Typically, a party seeking an injunction is supposed to post a monetary bond that would be used to compensate the opposing party if the party ultimately wins the case. The Trump administration has highlighted the role of such bonds would play in preventing groups from seeking endless injunctions by giving them skin in the game. But courts have discretion to determine the appropriate amount of the injunction bond, Judge wrote, and he would require no bond at all from the African groups, since the Trump administration has not argued they would suffer monetary loss if the court were to issue an injunction. What? Of course they're going to. If they have to pay the money, of course they're going to. A 4-part Daily Wire series documented significant ethical and financial problems at the African Development Foundation, which former employees said was likely the reason it opposed scrutiny from Doge. Well, we're not going to read these 4-part stories, I don't think. That seems like foreign aid official who resigned. Doge took secret payments of steering money to African friend. African agency used foreign pass-throughs to hide money that went to DC staff. Of course they did. This was the development company that has staff, but they have no clients except the U.S., and they have employees that work in the U.S. that are getting paid. So, sounds shady. Aid agency pushed official for-profit pyramid scheme on poor Africans. Of course they did. Them white MFers, racist agency framed its lawyer after he discovered law breaking, he says. And here's another story that I wanted to talk about. A violent criminal from the Congo with a deportation order was at a court hearing in New York City. Democrat Salazar Senate attempted to escort him out undetected. ICE agents were around the corner and pounced on him. I voted for this. So this is a New York State senator who decided to try and escort a violent criminal out.
Also do their job.
Guys,
Big
move.
way. Big way. Keep moving. Big way. Keep up.
Huh?
Okay, just hold her up.
Vous avez le droit d'être silencieux. Vous n'avez pas besoin de donner les documents d'identification.
Doesn't have to respond to any questions.
Vous avez le droit de ne pas répondre à vos questions.
Doesn't have to give his name.
Big way.
Vous n'avez pas besoin de donner votre prénom.
He's afraid of going back to his country. People told him not
I know, right?
I did see another, let me look for it. I did see another, another thing, a video. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. Here it is. It says, watch, ICE and Border Patrol agents arrested multiple illegals in Manhattan court today while a state senator and city councilman tried to physically block them. The agents gave zero shits and pushed right past them. Keep this up.
Get back! Hey, okay, okay, no, no.
Pas besoin de donner les documents qui vous avez les conditions médicaux. Rien d'autre. Les conditions médicaux, rien d'autre. Vous avez le droit d'avoir ces silences.
Why should they be ashamed of themselves for doing their job?
Let go, move back! Get out the way! Get out the way! Get out the way! Get out the way! I'm against the wall! Get out the way! Get out the way!
Don't touch
Don't touch me too.
Don't push me.
Don't push me too. Guys, I'm just trying to go to witness. Just relax. No me digan nada más.
Get the wall. Get the wall.
That's the state senator right there. Look at her. With her gang tattoos on her arms. She's probably a fucking MS-13 member. They're not getting arrested. They're not hurting them in any way. I mean, they're just...
Evidence, but they were not given that opportunity. This is complete lawlessness.
My name is Councilmember Julie Won, JULIEWON, with the New York City Council.
Assemblymember Grace Lee.
Did you guys see the last round? Yes.
So these guys...
His is still, he didn't even have...
So these city council member and assembly people are in there interfering with ICE operations. If they stopped them in any way or hindered them in any way, caused them to slow down in any way, they should be arrested and prosecuted for impeding or interfering with federal law enforcement. Because that's what they're doing. And this needs to stop. These politicians, these Democrat politicians, need to be arrested and prosecuted.
Not a proper hearing then. Right. So they were still waiting for his hearing as well. That's why he was never seated inside the court. He was still waiting. The same way the other two previously, the West African men who were taken as well, their case was adjourned because the court didn't give them the proper translators. I don't know the details about it. Because we're in and out as
in the United States, his life was under threat in his home country.
Yeah, we have the choice.
Yeah. Oh well. I don't feel bad. I don't. They all got to go. I'm sorry. Federal agents enforcing immigration law isn't theater, it's their jobs. When elected officials physically block ICE from executing lawful orders, they're not protecting communities, they're obstructing federal authority and undermining the rule of law. The National Guard deployment precedent in LA proves federal agents will not tolerate state-level interference, especially when the violent resistance threatens officers. These arrests follow targeted warrants, not random sweeps. If politicians want to grant them, they should do it through legislation, not by physically shielding those with deportation orders. DC bureaucrats created this chaos by letting sanctuary policies fester. Now ICE is cleaning it up. It is. And actually, I saw, too, that, if I'm not mistaken, the Trump administration filed some lawsuits. I don't think, I think that was in, yesterday's stuff. Let me look real quick. The Uplands, LA politics, probably. Yeah, because I mean, this is what we're facing. This is what we're facing. Sanctuary. LA promises to protect illegal workers. As a result, unscrupulous employers are able to exploit them. Thanks to ICE, these jobs are being turned over to Americans who enjoy legal protection. From exploitation, the GOP has become the party that protects workers while Democrats return to their slavery roots.
We represent over 160,000 hardworking construction workers across Southern California. The hardworking people that get up before dawn to build this city. Today, I am here because our members and job sites have been turned into targets. Not because of wrongdoing, but because of assumptions, because of profiling, because of fear. What's happening right now goes beyond politics. It cuts into the foundation of fairness, due process, and respect for work. We cannot stay silent about it. The trades include people from all walks of life. Those who vote red, those who vote blue, and some of whom may not even vote at all. But at the end of the day, in the labor movement, we believe in something bigger, and that is solidarity. Brotherhood, sisterhood. We protect each other, we fight for each other.
And I'm going to go on the record and say this right now for everyone that's listening. Any union that allows illegal aliens into the union should be decertified by the federal government. All unions need certification from the Department of Labor and the federal government. And by allowing in illegal aliens, people who are not legally authorized to work, by allowing them into your union, you're violating your members' rights and the rights of the American people and violating federal law. Decertify the unions, any unions. SEIU, I'm talking to you. It's been reported that up to 40% of your members are illegal aliens. That union should no longer be allowed to be a union in the United States.
And right now, our members, their families, and our workplaces are being targeted. Last week, we saw ICE agents show up at a public works job site. These are union job sites, city-funded job sites. These are places where Los Angeles is being rebuilt, the streets, their sidewalks, and other types of infrastructure. These workers were profiled simply because of how they look and where they work. That is not law enforcement, that is intimidation. When ICE storms in without cause, it sends a chilling message to every worker, documented or not, U.S. citizen also.
They documented or not. See, he's admitting that they don't have documents. If you have your papers and you're a citizen, you're allowed to work. Why would you care if ICE comes to your job site? Why would you run and hide? I've seen the videos of them running, taking off from the job sites. So they're illegal aliens. They know they're illegal aliens. This is ridiculous.
That your rights don't matter, what it says. But they do matter. Their rights do matter. Due process does matter. And the Constitution does matter. No one should be assumed guilty just because they're brown and wearing a hard hat. This lawsuit is a political stunt disguised as public safety. But the real consequence is fear. Fear that keeps workers from showing up, that delays public projects, that weakens our economy. Even Republican state lawmakers here in California have called for a change in tactics. They know that indiscriminate raids hurts communities and do nothing actually to make us any safer. This isn't about being red or being blue. This is about standing up for the people that make the city move. People who believe in a fair shot, a fair wage, and a...
All right. This guy's full of shit. All right. I'll say it right now. He is full of shit. All right. This is about protecting illegal aliens, protecting the people that work for the slave wages. You know, here you go. Same old Democrats want to keep them slaves. That's right. Mm-hmm. And here's the proof. All the proof you need. Group sues Trump administration for using what they call unconstitutional tactics in raids. You know, family members demand the return of immigrant Emma DePaz, who was detained by ICE outside a Hollywood Home Depot on June 19th at the Reclaim Our Streets event to oppose ongoing ICE immigration raids at Mariachi Plaza in Boyle Heights. A federal lawsuit filed Wednesday accused President Donald Trump of systematically targeting brown-skinned people in Southern California using an ongoing immigration crackdown that has put the region under siege. They're targeting illegal immigrants. Is it? What are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to just go? Should they start going after people that they know are not illegal immigrants? I mean, I don't understand. Court filing filed by a Los Angeles immigrant advocacy group in the U.S. District Court seeks a temporary restraining order to block the administration from using what they call unconstitutional tactics. They say include detaining someone based on their race, warrantless arrest, or denying people access to their attorneys. They say, "Are you an American? Are you a citizen?" They go, "No, I'm not," or they don't speak English, and then they. Federal agents have violently and indiscriminately arrested people without probable cause or carrying out immigration raids, flooding street corners, bus stops, parking lots, agricultural sites, day laborer corners. Anybody on a day laborer corner is an illegal alien. I mean, that's you'd have to be stupid not to know that. The complaint centers around 3 detained immigrants, several immigrant right groups, and 2 U.S. citizens, one who was held despite showing agents' identification. That person that was held despite showing the identification was interfering with the arrest of another person. That's why he was held. Had nothing to do with them being as a citizen. You can't interfere with ICE doing their job. A video taken by a friend June 13th shows Los Angeles resident Brian Gavati being pushed up against a fence by federal agents as he yells, "I was born here." In the States, East LA, bro. Armed masked goons and unmarked cars have descended on the community and have stopped and rounded up people from all walks of life, often at gunpoint without justification. In addition, the complaint claims that those arrested were held in dungeon-like conditions without access to lawyers, pressuring them to sign voluntary departure papers without informing them. These fucking people, dungeon-like conditions. If it was up to me, they would be deported by catapult. Families of detainees have relayed reports of horrific conditions inside a detention facility in downtown LA, including inmates who say they are so thirsty that they have been drinking from the toilets. Oh, they're going to pull that shit again. They're drinking the toilet water. Just like Ocasio-Cortez did in the first Trump administration, because the toilets have a sink with a drinking fountain on top of it. It's a one-piece unit. That's what they're talking about. These fucking scumbags. They're such liars. People have never seen a toilet. Let me pull it up real quick here. This is a prison toilet that anyone doesn't know. And you see on top of the toilet, what is that? That is a sink. And then to the right, there's a button, and the water comes squirting out for you to drink out of the top. That's when they say they're drinking from toilets. This is what they're talking about. They are liars. Mm-hmm. See? This is the toilet. Oh, they're drinking the toilet water because you press this button right here and water comes out for you to drink. Squirts out the top. It's just so ridiculous. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. I can't even take these people much more, man. Their lies are so disputed. You know, they're drinking water from the toilets. I can't believe they're drinking water from the toilets. Oh my God, they're drinking water from the toilets. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I can't believe it. Oh, okay. Do this real quick here. Hey, Elemental MJ, if you're still watching, you need to enable redirect. I was going to redirect to your stream when my stream ends, but oh well, you didn't have it enabled, so I couldn't do it. Okay, families of detainees have relayed reports of horrific conditions inside detention facility. Yeah, they were drinking from the toilets. They just people sleeping on the ground, and meals consist of only bags of chips and cookies. Okay. The lawsuit comes days after the Trump administration sued Los Angeles to overturn what it called an illegal sanctuary city. That's right. The Trump administration is suing Los Angeles. Christian McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, said in an email that any claims that individuals have been targeted by law enforcement because of their skin color are disgusting and categorically false. McLaughlin said enforcement operations are highly targeted and officials do their due diligence before making arrests. All detainees are provided with proper meals, medical treatment, and have the opportunity to communicate with lawyers and their family members. Attorneys say they hope to argue this issue in front of a judge within the next few days and obtain a restraining order that would apply to 7 counties across Southern California. If a judge thinks he's going to tell the police they can't enforce the federal executive, can't enforce the law, he's fucking insane and should be immediately impeached. Emmanuel Karam, the manager of a car wash in southern Los Angeles, said at a news conference announcing the lawsuit that he thought they were being robbed when masked federal agents in unmarked vehicles first surrounded his business. We have these signs. They say this is a private area, employees only, especially in a tunnel because it's this dangerous machinery in there. They started running through the tunnel and my employees got scared. At no point did they identify themselves or answer Karen when he asked what they were doing, and he detained 2 of his workers. Tens of thousands of people participated in rallies over the immigration raid and the subsequent deployment of the National Guard and Marines. Los Angeles prosecutors have charged more than 40 people in connection to protests related to violence and vandalism. According to the latest people charged were a man and a woman accused of assaulting police horses and a 17-year-old boy who's faces felony counts, including attempted murder against a police officer. At least 14 people are facing separate federal charges on allegations of assaulting federal police officers with cinder blocks and Molotov cocktails and conspiracy to impede arrests. Well, it happened. Well, I had the another one, but the Boston Globe wants me to pay, and I'm not paying, even for get unlimited access for $1 for 6 months, cancel anytime. Maybe I'll think about it, but not right now. All right, we're going to move on to the next story here. This is a New York-centric story. It says, resurfaced video shows New York City mayor hopeful says he wants to replace private homes with communal living. Yeah, you know what that means, right? Communal living, like a commune. Resurfaced video shows New York City mayor hopeful Zoran Mondami says he wants to replace private homes with communal living. So he wants to confiscate people's homes. He says he wants to seize the means of production, so I guess he wants to seize the means of people's homes too. The 2021 video reveals plans for communal housing with shared laundry, kitchens, and bathhouses.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Yes, that mac and cheese pairs well with pudding.
But that's like his 3rd roll.
Oh yeah.
That you can start with dessert.
Or how about
Fucking ad.
Is getting a salad.
and Lou should not do stand-up.
President Trump has a big warning for the Big Apple. He says there could be serious financial consequences if Zohran Mamdani becomes the next mayor of New York City. Brian Yennis reports from outside New York City Hall.
I condemn that phrase.
Zohran Mamdani for failing to denounce the phrase globalize the Intifada 3 times. Mamdani chose not to.
Why not just condemn it?
All right, so this is not the
My concern.
this is not, they always do this. Zandami, the Democratic Socialist candidate, they always do that. They always put a video there that you think is about the story that you're on, and it's never about the story you're talking about. It's always different. I'm sorry. Is that, I try not to swear. I just, when I get very upset, it's hard not to swear. And I need to stop swearing because it bothers some people. Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist candidate for New York City mayor, has come under fire from critics who label him a communist. He's a communist, a charge he dismisses as a distraction. However, the criticism may not be as unfounded as Mamdani claims. Video shows the New York City mayoral candidate espousing language and theories rooted in communist revolutionary language. In 2021 video, Mamdani urges fellow socialists at a conference to not compromise on goals like seizing the means of production. In a second video released on YouTube by progressive advocacy group the Gravel Institute, that same year, Mamdani discusses the need to turn housing from a private commodity to a public one, calling for luxury condos to be replaced with communal-style living that would include things like shared laundry facilities and food co-ops. PolitiFact declares Mamdani not a communist and a fact check of Trump. PolitiFact is full of crap. Why do so many people end up homeless, Mamdani asked in the video. It's because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not a primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. According to Mamdani, this is the problem. He lamented in a video that housing is a consumer product like clothes and cars that private businesses sell on a market to make a profit. As a result, Mamdani complained there's plenty of housing for the rich, but not nearly enough opportunities for poor and working class people. It's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. Housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In the video, Mamdani points to post-world communist Vienna as an example of how removing privatization from the housing market can be good for society. However, he does concede that currently in Vienna, residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover the operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. After describing the so-called Vienna model, during which he puts forth a vision of communal living with shared laundry, kitchen, and food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, swimming pools, and more, he suggests a way forward that includes establishing community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. I wonder what they're going to do in these lecture halls. Probably re-education. They're going to re-educate people in the lecture halls. That's what communists love to do, is, get your thinking right. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving forward toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and towards a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. Well, let me see. How has public housing and all that stuff worked out? Have we looked at the projects, as they call them? How has that worked out in this country? Yeah. Jonathan Turley, why Zohran Mamdani looks more and more like a hardcore Marxist. President Trump has referred to Mamdani as 100% a communist lunatic, vowed to save New York City from Mamdani if he gets elected. He suggested a willingness to withhold federal funds from the city if Mamdani doesn't behave. As President of the United States, I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York City, Trump wrote on social media platform Truth Wednesday. Rest assured, I will hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City. I'll make it hot and great again. Just like I did with good old USA. Here's Mike Davis says, amen. Go home. 21,000 undocumented Coloradans could lose Medicaid coverage under the Trump tax bill. Okay. Oh, Denver Post, you suck. They want me to pay. Says 21,000 undocumented Coloradans could lose Medicaid coverage under the Trump tax bill. More than 21,000 undocumented people in Colorado could lose Medicaid coverage under the just passed Republican bill that extends 2017 tax cuts social safety net programs, and boosts spending on immigration enforcement. Well, the cuts to social safety net programs are cutting for illegal aliens. So, oh well. Oh well. Another story. Lawfare. Judges make it almost impossible to deport illegal aliens. Oh, this is a crazy one. This is a crazy one. You guys are gonna wanna look at this. Judges make it almost impossible to deport illegal aliens. Take, for example, Wilson Tindy, a Kenyan national. Wonder if he knows Obama, another Kenyan national. ICE has been trying to deport him for almost 20 years, but they're stymied by federal judges. Tindy is a serial sex offender with convictions, jail time, yet every time ICE gets a removal order, a federal judge steps in to stop them. Even after he was convicted, the state of Minnesota hired him as its chief auditor despite his illegal status. Just look at this insane timeline. 2005, overstayed a visitor visa. 2007, applied for permanent residency, denied. 2009, ICE issued removal order, didn't leave. 2011, removal order reversed. 2012, raped a woman but not charged. 2014, raped another woman, charged. 2014, granted permanent lawful residency. How is he granted permanent lawful residency if he's been raping people? You're not supposed to be able to get a green card if you commit crimes. ICE detained him for removal in 2016. Convicted of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct, sentenced to 2 years, stayed for 5 years. 2010 days workhouse predatory sex offender registry. 2017 removal order upheld by the Board of Appeals. 2018 filed petition in state court to change his name. 2018 Judge Dave Dottie granted habeas corpus petition. 2018 hired by the state of Minnesota. 2023 promoted to the director of internal audit. 2025 filed a petition to vacate his guilty plea. 2025 DWI arrest. June 2025 3 misdemeanors. 2025 fired from state job. Serial sex offender here illegally hired as Minnesota chief auditor. Listen to me, a Kenyan national here illegally for 20 years, has a long rap sheet including at least 2 rapes and 1 guilty plea resulting in jail time. Democrat immigration lawyers spent years fighting his deportation before and after his conviction. The state of Minnesota even hired him despite criminal record and illegal status. Last month he was arrested again and only fired after outrage from the community. Will the court allow him to be deported? It's a rap sheet. I'm going to leave it, but I appreciate you pointing out the error. Here's the story. Former Minnesota Department of Education employee had criminal sexual conduct conviction.
Questions tonight about how a man convicted of felony criminal sexual conduct was hired for not 1 but 2 jobs with the state of Minnesota.
Chief political reporter Tom Hauser spent the day working to find out what kind of criminal background check he went through, if he had one at all.
Many unanswered questions surrounding now former Department of Education employee Wilson Tindy. The agency won't say much about why he left, but he does have this criminal complaint against him from 2014 and subsequent conviction of criminal sexual conduct in that case in 2016. He was accused of burglary and sexual assault after breaking into an apartment and a victim, quote, felt someone pull her underwear down. The criminal complaint goes on to say the victim observed a male party standing over her. The suspect fled the scene, but a fingerprint recovered from the woman's apartment led police to Tindy. He eventually was convicted of 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct. He was ordered to spend 200 days in the Hennepin County workhouse. Despite his criminal history,
210 days for rape
or
sexual assault? That's insane.
Pollution Control Agency in 2018, and just this past April moved to the Minnesota Department of Education. A statement from MDE confirms he's no longer employed there as of June 27th. Wilson Tindy is not a current employee at MDE, the statement says. He was a probationary employee in an internal role at MDE for approximately 2.5 months. He did not interact with students, visit schools, or have access to private student data. Nobody can answer if he ever underwent a criminal background check. In 2009, the legislature passed a law known as Ban the Box, which eliminated a checkbox question on an application asking job applicants if they have a criminal record. State agencies can but are not required to do a background check until the person is granted an interview or offered a job. We knocked on the door at Tindy's home but got no response. Tom Hauser, 5 Eyewitness News.
Now, despite those efforts, we haven't been able to find out whether Tindy ever went through a criminal background check. There are certain occupations where a criminal background check is required under Minnesota law, including teachers, school bus drivers, and apartment managers. And new since our report at 5, the Department of Public Safety says tonight, state law says, quote, whether a background check was requested on a job applicant is private personal data. Elvis fan.
Yeah, of course. Of course it was. The Minnesota Department of Education confirms that a man who was briefly served as an audit director in an agency left the job June 27th, just as questions were being asked about his conviction for 4th-degree criminal sexual assault in 2016. Wilson Tinney is not currently an employee at MDE. Department said in a statement to 5 Eyewitness News. He was a probationary employee in an internal role at MDE for approximately 2.5 months. He did not interact with student, visit school, or have access to private student data. 42-year-old Wilson Tinney was arrested in 2014 on felony burglary and criminal sexual assault charges. According to a criminal complaint in Hennepin County District Court, Minneapolis police responded to an apartment building where a woman reported being assaulted after a man broke into her apartment. She told the officers felt someone touch her buttocks and then felt someone pull her underwear down. The man fled her apartment, however. Police processed the crime scene, and a fingerprint in the victim's bedroom led to Tinney. Tinney, it turns out, lived in the woman's building. In 2016, he was convicted and sentenced to a 2-year stayed sentence, but ordered to spend 210 days in Hennepin County Workhouse with credit for 5 days already served. Man. Between the time of his arrest and subsequent conviction, Tindy's LinkedIn account says he worked briefly as an auditor for a healthcare company and then an internal audit consultant. In 2018, he was hired by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, where he worked in a variety of roles, including as a chief audit officer. The MPCA confirms he worked there before leaving for other employment. The other employment was the Minnesota Department of Education, beginning April 9, 2025. When he left on June 27, 2025, but MDE doesn't specify why. His profile on the MDE website was taken down. Turns out most jobs in Minnesota state government do not require a criminal background check. In fact, in 2009, Minnesota legislature passed a law known as Ban the Box, which prohibited boxes on job applications where an applicant would say whether or not they had a criminal conviction. The Minnesota Department of Human Rights describes the premise behind Ban the Box this way. Building strong communities means removing structural barriers to provide Minnesotans with criminal records a fair chance at employment. Having a criminal record can present significant obstacles to employment, particularly for Black, Indigenous, Asian, and Latinx communities. For instance, Black Minnesotans are arrested at a higher rate than that of any other racial group in Minnesota. What rate do they commit crimes at? I mean, they're probably arrested at the same rate they commit crimes. Maybe. I don't know. According to the NAACP, by intentionally rethinking and implementing policies that help people with criminal records find employment, employers can make institutional changes that bring about racial justice and build thriving communities. It's unclear whether that law came into play in Tinney's case because it doesn't still allow background checks, but only after the applicant has been granted an interview or conditionally offered a job. Such a check is not mandatory. However, there are certain occupations for which a criminal background check is required under Minnesota law, including teachers, school bus drivers, and apartment managers. KSTP is trying to find out if Tinney ever was subjected to a criminal background check, but it was told it's not public information. Whether a background check was requested on a job application is private personal data pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13.43 Subdivision 4, according to a statement from the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. State and federal laws determine whether a background check is required for an employee based on the duties and accesses of a specific position, and so we could not answer the question about whether state and federal background check is required for the position in question. That information would need to come from the hiring agency. Neither the MPCA or MDE would say whether Tinney went through a background check before they hired him. They knocked on Tinney's door and he didn't answer. So here's this other one. We're going to briefly look at this. It just says convicted sex offender in the U.S. illegally worked for Minnesota Department of Education after order for removal. So,
developing for a couple of days.
all right, it's not playing. I don't know what the hell to do. Yeah, it says the country illegal is fired by the Department of Education. The Minnesota Department of Education says he's no longer working there. State lawmakers now raising questions over the state Minnesota's hiring practices. Former chief auditor, he was convicted. So same story here. But this is the one that I wanted to. This is the one I wanted to get to because I think this is very interesting. How about this? Tim Walz's administration promoted sexual assault convict to top agency role. How do you like them apples? Very depressing. Look at Tim Walz when he found out. He's like, wait, the guy did what? Damn. Democrat Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Department of Education, hired a Kenyan national after he was nearly deported for sexual assault and later promoted him to a director role. Wilson Tindy, who became the agency's director of internal audit and advisory services in December 2023, was convicted in 2016 of sexually assaulting a woman in her sleep after breaking into her home, according to documents first reported by Alpha News. Tindy's leaked profile and government webpage indicates he has worked multiple jobs in Minnesota's Department of Education and Pollution Control Agency. A top employee in the Democratic Minnesota Governor's Tim Walz administration was removed from a state website after his sexual assault conviction surfaced. Minnesota Department of Education did not respond to requests for comment from the Daily Caller News Foundation, and Tindy could not be reached directly. Something about Walz is off, definitely. The Minnesota Department of Education removed Tindy's profile from the website after Alpha News asked for the agency for a comment. The now deleted profile of Tindy said he oversees an independent internal audit function focused on evaluating risk management, government, and compliance across the agency. He landed his first state job in 2018 before Walz, the failed 2024 Democratic vice president candidate, became governor the following year. Tindy admitted to inappropriately touching a woman who was sleeping in Hennepin County in 2014 in exchange for prosecutors dropping the burglary charge, court records show. His plea deal brought a 2-year sentence that would be stayed for 5 years. Another woman accused Tindy of similar sexual assault in her home in 2012, but her case was never prosecuted. Immigration and Customs Enforcement tried to deport Tindy as early as 2008, and he became a lawful permanent resident in 2014 before later facing the renewed threat of removal over his criminal record. Tindy appealed his immigration case and was ordered released in February 2018 based on concerns that he had been detained too long without removal. Tindy does not currently appear in ICE's detention database. The Kenyan national was earning $58 an hour at the Pollution Control Agency in the fiscal year 2024, according to the latest available payroll data. All content created by the Daily Caller is an independent, partisan, whatever. So, what's that? But yeah, so this guy was making almost $60 an hour, a convicted pedo. Why is this? Tim Walz's education department quietly promoted sex offender with assault record. Dun, 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 dun. The Minnesota Department of Education under Tim Walz allowed a Kenyan-born former state official with a felony sexual assault conviction to become a division director, according to documents. Wilson Naduru Tindy entered the United States on a B-2 visitor visa in 2005, but overstayed his legal stay. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to felony fourth-degree criminal sexual assault. Tindy touched the victim's genital buttocks over her underwear while attempting to remove it. He denied being in an apartment to fight his fingerprints. He was sentenced to 2 years. It was stayed. And he avoids deportation, lands state job. He's dangerous, a former prosecutor said. He has no business being paid out of our taxpayer dollars and should be back with ICE. He's also required to register as a predatory offender. Prosecutors introduced allegations of a separate 2012 assault to show a behavioral pattern. The women in that case awoke to find Tindy allegedly on top of her, penetrating her with his finger and mouth. When she begged him to stop, Allegedly replied, "You like this." Despite his history, Tinney was hired by the state of Minnesota in 2018 as a principal auditor. He later served as a chief financial audit officer at the Minnesota Pollution Control. Tinney oversaw internal audit functions related to risk management, compliance, and claimed to be passionate about building trust through transparency, according to the archived version of his bio. His bio has since been removed. Convicted, Kenyon National, worked at the Education Department of Minnesota. Tinney, Kenyon National, convicted of sexual assault. All right, we're going to jump to the next story now. Closed border. Los Angeles passed a $30 minimum wage for hotel employees. Democrats weren't too worried as the majority of the positions were filled by illegal aliens working under the table. With illegals not showing up to work, hotel operators are sounding the alarm that they will have to close as a result of the $30 minimum for legal residents and citizens. Legal aliens working under the table for LA hotels aren't showing up. With their under-the-table illegal alien workers leaving, LA hotel owners are sounding the alarm that the $30 minimum wage for legal citizens and residents will show up mass closures. Democrats claim they are for workers, but they insist on having a second class of illegal workers that don't qualify for minimum wage or benefits. LA hotel owners sound alarm as $30 minimum wage threatens to cause mass closures. LA's $30 minimum wage hike exposes the Democrats' hypocrisy on relying on illegal labor to prop up industries while pretending to champion workers. Hotel closures aren't about livable wages. They're about a broken system that exploits cheap, untaxed labor while citizens foot the bill for a Medicaid collapse and strained public services. Every dollar spent subsidizing illegal workers steals resources from taxpayers who fund this dysfunction. Democrats created a two-tier workforce, one for their voter base, one for their shadow economy. Real reform starts by securing the border and prioritizing Americans, not subsidizing lawlessness. See how policy failures and political incentives collide in a full analysis. Los Angeles hotel operators are fighting a $30 minimum wage hike that was passed by the city council amid a struggle with profitability. Hotels just don't fuel tourism. They support local workers and their families. These new regulations will force so many of us to fight to keep our businesses alive, putting thousands of those jobs and our livelihoods in jeopardy. Beceria said in a press release sent to Fox Business by the American Hotel and Lodging Association, a coalition of airline, tourism, and hospitality business. Beceria is a partner at Hotel Angelino in West Los Angeles. My hotel is a family-owned business. We have been an important local economic driver for the community. Our hope is that we can keep our doors open and survive this new challenge for the next generation, he added in his release. The recently passed municipal ordinance mandates that hotels in the city must raise their hourly wage by $2.50 each year until they reach $30 in 2028. Hotel operators were looking forward to a major sporting event to help them bounce back after Los Angeles' drop in tourism and travel are fed up with the mandate. LA is set to host the Olympics, the Super Bowl, FIFA World Cup matches, and the NBA All-Star Game. But the upcoming sporting epics won't be enough to offset the increase in labor costs, Beceria told the Wall Street Journal. Well, that's what they get. They elected a Marxist. She's another communist. This lady, Mayor Bass, is a Marxist, is a communist. You're going to have a lot of hotels in Los Angeles that become run down, Sarah says. He told the Wall Street Journal. And he put a hold on a $10 million planned renovation of his hotel due to the wage increases. We'd love to sell, John Bortz, chief executive of the Public Hotel Trust, told the Wall Street Journal, referring to his hotel. Bortz owns about 9 hotels, 2 of which are located in the city and 7 others in the greater LA area, but nobody wants to buy them. The projected downfall of the hotel industry in Los Angeles prompted the AHLA to launch a petition to block the wage hike. The petition, which has garnered more than 140,000 signatures, exceeds the 93,000 threshold to put the initiative on the state's 2026 ballot. Voters will now be able to vote to repeal the ordinance next year. The wage increase was proposed and passed despite negotiations between AHLA and the City Council, according to the letter. The AHLA sent in May to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass asking her to veto the ordinance. Our industry was largely ignored. The AHLA cited dire economic consequences, issued by Los Angeles Chief Administrative Officer and the CEO of the Los Angeles World Airports amid the city's already fragile travel, tourism, and hospitality sector. The letter explained that the economic tsunami would impact the industry with the minimum wage hike, citing declining occupancy rates, layoffs, and a loss of more than $169 million in tax revenue, derailing the new hotel development and limiting special room rates for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The AHLA reported that tourism industry has been one of Los Angeles' most profitable industries, generating over $40 billion in local business sales and employing more than 540,000 people. However, the compounded effects of lagging post-pandemic recovery, devastating wildfires, international travel declines, inflation, high interest rates, and many more issues outside of our control have pushed the city's hospitality industry to the brink. The AHLA letter to Los Angeles City Council stated, BASS did not immediately respond to Fox Business' request for comment. Hey, and then it's some good news. It says, Transportation Secretary Duffy bans rainbow crosswalks. Transportation Duffy bans rainbow crosswalks. Transportation Secretary John Duffy struck a blow to the radical LGBTQ activism as Pride Month ended. Duffy sent a letter to all 50 state governors, the D.C. mayor, and Puerto Rico's governor, a letter which he also shared to the Daily Signal. Trump's transportation secretary told the governors to work on removing distractions, including woke political symbols from roads and intersections. In the letter Duffy wrote, roads are for safety, not political messaging or artwork. Today I'm calling on governors in every state to ensure that roadways, intersections, and crosswalks are kept free of distractions. He added, far too many Americans die each year to traffic fatalities to take our eye off the ball. He assured the governors that the Transportation Department stands ready to help communities across the country make their roads safer and easier to navigate. Just this June, a Rhode Island man was reportedly arrested for leaving skid marks on a rainbow crosswalk. Hopefully Duffy's new guidance will help the man as his case moves forward. Duffy's letter is part of an effort to push the Federal Highway Administration's safe arterials for everyone through reliable operations and distraction-reducing strategies or safe roads initiatives, Daily Signal reported. Last year, almost 40,000 people died on our country's roads, which represented a decrease of 3.98% from 2023. But Duffy's understandably labels it an unacceptable number. LGBT crosswalks must go, the letter says. Yes, there are dozens of rainbow crosswalks. The Safe Roads National Initiative will help focus on non-freeway arterials within your state, including safety and operation at intersections and along segments. Consistent with and recognized traffic control devices, including crosswalk and intersectional markings, and early use of the right-of-way that's kept free of distractions. These routes are where more than half of the roadway fatalities in America occur and deserve enhanced attention. Duffy asked that within 60 days, each state Department of Transportation develop a list of arterial segments, including intersections with the highest safety, operational, or compliance concerns that will be addressed by the end of fiscal year 2026. He asked the State Department to submit these lists to the Federal Highway Administration office in each state. Duffy concluded, with our shared goals of moving forward and moving people and goods safely and efficiently, we will make the expectation of America make it home safely in a time of reality. Too many leftist cities have tried to turn roads into political statements about race and sexuality. Philadelphia, Hollywood, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Milwaukee are among the cities that have put in pride crosswalks. It's excellent that Duffy's aiming to put it to a stop. Breaking. Federal grand jury indicts LA man who went viral for dropping off truckloads of face shields on live TV for protesters to use in demonstrations against law enforcement in LA riot protests. This guy was another communist. Anti-ICE riot leader filmed handing out riot gear to protesters indicted on conspiracy charges by DOJ. Department of Justice has formally indicted a man who went viral for apparently handing out riot gear from the back of a truck during a recent anti-ICE protest in Los Angeles. Alejandro Orellana, 29, is charged with conspiracy to aid and abet civil disorder, according to charging documents. Prosecutors say Orellana and his posse loaded up a pickup truck with Uvex brand bionic face shields, masks, and water bottles and other supplies, which they distributed to protesters demonstrating against immigration and customs enforcement on June 9th. Video footage allegedly shows Ariana handing out the swag from the truck bed went viral, eventually leading to his identification by the FBI. Agents later raided his house, where he was living with his parents, and arrested him. Of course he's living with his parents. Ariana, a U.S. Marine veteran, is a UPS worker and shop steward for the Teamsters Union, who's been active for years in fighting for social justice causes, including with Centro CSO, which is named as an homage to labor leader and activist Cesar Chavez, according to social media posts. Cesar Chavez was completely opposed to illegal aliens. He had teams that would go around beating them and throwing them across the border. He hated it. Centro CSO has protests calling for the charges to be dropped planned throughout Los Angeles on Thursday and Saturday. An attack on one of us, an attack on all the people's movement, slogan reads. The DOJ recently charged 2 other LA County residents with allegedly possessing Molotov cocktail bombs during the protests. Ariana's father, Francisco, said he joined the supply run at the request of friends, but didn't know that he was doing anything illegal. I saw the picture in the truck with my sister-in-law sent to my wife. I said, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you fucking doing that?" Francisco told the Post shortly after his son's arrest. DOJ recently charged 2 other residents. The Department was also charging a Texas man for buying fireworks he allegedly meant to use against law enforcement in L.A. Locally, the L.A. District Attorney's charged more than 40 people with protest-related crimes, including a batch of 8 new indictments, announced on Tuesday. All right, well, this is going to be the last story of the evening here. Right here. This is the last story of the evening, folks. Breaking, U.S. bunker busters completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. Pentagon now confirms what we hoped. The facilities at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan have been completely wiped off the map. Iran's nuclear ambitions are in ruins for now.
Damage that has been done in Iran's nuclear program after the historic strikes targeting their facilities last week.
Our assessment of the battle damage around Fordo, Nantes, and Isfahan remains unchanged.
Assessments by this department think it's been degraded or delayed by 1 to 2 years?
I think we're thinking probably closer to 2 years. We believe that Iran's nuclear capability has been severely degraded, perhaps even their ambition to build a bomb.
Yeah, former Secretary of State for George W. Bush and former Naval Intel Officer Robert Charles joins me now. Robert, when we look at this, it's obviously this discrepancy over how bad it's broken there at the facility was enough for the Pentagon to come out and do a press release to answer questions with the Secretary of Defense and Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. I spoke to some Israeli defense officials off the record, and they said, listen, it's much less about how destructive it was and much more about the message it sent. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I think in a general sense, this is what leadership and deterrence and success look like. You know, we really are in a position now when Iran and its leadership, its mullahs, need to come to their senses. They have been severely damaged. Obviously, the program is not in a position now to present a threat to Israel, to Europe, or to the United States, obviously, for years. And I think what they'll do is they'll get underneath that rubble heap and they'll try to figure out if there's any of their enriched uranium left, and then they'll come to some internal decision about whether they want to still pretend they're going to go after a nuclear weapon. I think the resolve that President Trump showed, the resolve that Israel showed, is something that is unprecedented, at least in terms of stopping a nuclear program. We had negotiated years ago with Libya. We had other countries that were dissuaded. This is an Islamic revolutionary country. They're not in the business of making peace. They're in the business of spreading their Islamic radical ideas. And I think what we see out of this right now is an opportunity for Iran to join the community of nations and decide they're not going to be or aspire to be a nuclear power. If they don't do that, they will be hit again and again and again until either their leadership disappears, climbs on a plane to Russia, or ultimately they come to the conclusion that it's not in their best interest to keep pursuing this. I will say, as an aside, you've got a parallel situation going on with Hamas, where really Iran was the backer of Hamas, as they are of Hezbollah and a number of other terrorist organizations, and every single one of these organizations are right now on their back. So I think it's a very important moment in world history where resolve is showing that you can change the entire picture very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly helps to be decisive in taking action the way President Trump
I had to
has.
go grab
Really
some more
convincing
water.
To see as someone who fought for 10 of those 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. Robert, thanks for joining us.
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. On June 22nd, the U.S. hit Iran's 3 nuclear sites. These were not symbolic strikes. Oh, wow, look at that. Brian Oldenkamp with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you very much, Brian. That was very nice of you. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Let's see who got them while we're doing this. We got Box Fort Defendant, Dickington Post, Rat Poor, Catalina Nanyam, and Valhalla Awaits received a free membership, a gifted membership from Brian Oldenkamp. So if you guys are seeing this and you got the membership, if you're one of those people, please thank Brian for the membership and pay it forward. So, the U.S. bunker busters completely obliterated. Yeah, we saw that. Nope. Stop. On June 22nd, the U.S. hit Iran's top 3 nuclear sites. They weren't symbolic strikes. They were deep penetrating bunker busters, precision engineered to destroy underground facilities hardened against conventional weapons. And they worked. We believe Iran's nuclear capability has been severely degraded, perhaps even their ambition to build a bomb, said Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell on Wednesday. Translation: Trump didn't just bomb a building. He may have just bought America and the world 2 years of peace. Not with endless talks, not with pellets of cash, but with American strength. Iran claims it moved its enriched uranium and centrifuges before the strikes. The U.S. denies it. Iran actually moved assets into Fordo to protect them. Pete Hegseth got visibly angry when pressed on Iran's claim. If Iran did move anything, we'll just bomb it again. Here's the thing, guys. To move uranium, there was 60% enriched uranium. To move that uranium, you have to keep it, you can't just pile it all together. They had like 900 kilograms or something. It has to be in like small batches, and it has to be separated and stuff with lead around it to keep it. Otherwise, it would start reacting. You would start getting a chain reaction. It would start to, it would start, doing a nuclear reaction, and would start, basically melting down. So it's not that easy. You see special trucks and stuff, and where are they going to move it to? That's part of the problem. Also, centrifuges are big and cumbersome, and they can't just be easily taken out. Those are completely mounted, secured. They don't vibrate at all. Well, I'm not, it says, I'm not surprised more content creators haven't figured out that there's an actual holder segment that loves late night content. Jim's channel is perfect. Well, I try, but I do, I don't want to go too much late. It's 2:30 in the morning here where I'm at. So that's all. So, TBS aired an interview with Iran's foreign minister who reluctantly admitted the facilities have been seriously and heavily damaged. That's an understatement. The Pentagon says Fordo and the others have been completely obliterated. Let's be clear. This wasn't a forever war move. There was no invasion, no nation building, just 3 precision strikes that crippled Iran's nuclear threat without a single American boot on the ground. That's how you project power. You don't do what Colin Powell did and say, we got to go in and get it. Israel is watching closely. So is China, so is Russia, so is the rest of the Middle East. Strength like this, you don't just stop bombs. It prevents wars before they start. This is Trump's America. No $150 billion giveaways, no hostage deals, no lectures about de-escalation. Just peace talks, followed, if need be, by bunker busters and results. Okie dokie. And just so people don't think I'm, being taking this guy's word for it, we have this story from PBS of all places. Iran says its nuclear sites were seriously damaged by the U.S. Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Iran is assessing the damage and lashing out over the American and Israeli airstrikes on its nuclear sites, though Tehran kept open the possibility Tuesday of resuming talks with Washington over its atomic program. The comments by the government spokesman, Fatima Mohajeddin, also included another acknowledgement that Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz, key sites within Iran's nuclear program, have been seriously damaged by the American strikes. Iran's state-run IRNA news media agency quoted Mohajeddin as making remarks and briefings for journalists. The acknowledgement comes as Iran's theocracy has slowly begun to admit the scale of the damage wrought by the 12-day war with Israel, which saw Israeli fighter jets decimate the country's air defenses and conduct strikes at will over the Islamic Republic. And keeping the door open to talks with the United States likely shows Tehran wants to avoid future economic pain as another deadline over UN sanctions loom. Okay, everyone's saying goodbye. Okay. Good show, thanks. You're awesome, Jim, thanks. Oh, a T-toll. Thank you, Charles. That's awesome. Are they really going to say you missed me? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, everyone have a great 4th of July. I want to thank everybody for coming by and viewing the show. Happy Independence Day to all the Americans and to the world. This is America's Independence Day. It's the 250th July 4th since, Independence Day that America has celebrated, because the first one was July 4th, 1776. So basically, just be safe, be safe. Don't do anything stupid. Make sure if you're going to light any fireworks that you do it safely. Keep all your fingers and, eyes and stuff, because, no matter what, there's always somebody that gets a little bit too drunk on the 4th of July and gets a little crazy with the fireworks and ends up in the emergency room and then ruined for the rest of their life. So just be safe and have a good time. Next year is the 250th anniversary. But if you count the day that they signed the Declaration of Independence as the first Independence Day, today is the 250th Independence Day. It's not the 250th anniversary, but it's the 250th Independence Day. It's a little weird, It's a little weird. So. I got a bug crawling on my screen there. Math is mysterious. It is. But if you don't, because you would say, if you're however many years old, so next year will be the 250th year, America's 250th birthday. But, anyway, so no date for talks announced. Iran offers rising death toll. Israeli airstrikes, which began on June 13th, decimated the upper ranks of Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guard and targeted its arsenal, ballistic missiles. Strikes also hit Iran's nuclear sites, which Israel claimed put Tehran within reach of nuclear weapons. U.S. Intelligence Agency and International Atomic Energy had assessed Iran had an organized nuclear weapons program in 2003, though Tehran had been enriching uranium up to 60%, a short technical step from weapons-grade levels of 90%. On Monday, Iranian judiciary spokesman Aghar Jahangir offered a sharp increase. Government-issued death toll from the war. He said that Israeli attacks killed 935 Iranian citizens, including 38 children and 102 women. The enemy aimed to change the country's circumstances by assassinating military commanders and scientists, intending to spread fear and exert pressure, Kerr added. However, he asserts, like others, up to the 86-year-old Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran had won the war. Did they know? Did they win the war? Iran has a long history of offering lower death counts around unrest over political considerations. The Washington-based human rights activist group, which has provided detailed casualty figures for multiple rounds of unrest in Iran, has put the death toll at 1,190 people killed, including 436 civilians and 435 security force members. The attacks wounded another 4,475 people. Activity seen at Fordow facility. Meanwhile, it appears that Iranian officials are now assessing the damage done by the American strikes conducted on the 3 nuclear sites on June 22nd, including those at Fordow, a site built under a mountain about 100 kilometers south of Tehran. Oh, let's see. Is this a video that we can watch?
Are you part of the race?
The PBS Books Goose Chase.
It's an interactive app for your phone.
Play with your whole book club or compete alone.
If you're ready to play, then join today.
Visit pbs.org/experience
No.
to receive the code.
Then put it in.
They tricked me. Satellite images from Planet Labs PBC analyzed by the Associated Press show Iranian officials at Fordow on Monday. They tricked me. I thought that was going to be a video. Missed me by that much. Yeah, that's right. Likely examining the damage caused by American bunker busters. Trucks could be seen in the images as well, at least one crane and an excavator at tunnels on the site. The correspondent to images shot Sunday by Maxar Technology, similarly showing ongoing work. Tunnels likely have been filled in by Iran before the strikes to protect the facility. The presence of trucks before the attacks has raised question about whether any enriched uranium or centrifuges had been spirited away before the attack, something repeatedly claimed by Iranian officials, even before the strikes. The IAEA warned that its inspectors had lost their continuity of knowledge regarding the program, meaning that material could be at undeclared sites in the country. Iran hasn't said that work is being done at the sites, though it has said that the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran planned to issue a report about the damage done by the strikes. Hardliners lash out. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Agha-Kachi, whose profile sharply rose during the war, also kept open the possibility of talks with the U.S. However, hardliners within Iran are increasingly criticizing any effort at negotiations or cooperating with the West. Iran's hardline Kaya newspaper, in a piece written by its committee-appointed managing editor Hossein Sadiat-Madadi, mocked any possible talks Tuesday by saying being a traitor or stupid are two sides of the same coin. Shadat Mandadi's newspaper on Saturday also suggested that the IAEA Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi should be tried and executed if he visited Iran, something that drew immediate criticism from European nations and others. Oh. And then we also have this from the Times of Israel. Iran says 4 other nuke sites seriously damaged by bombings. And this story, which I wanted to just show for a second, the last shred of Colin Powell's relevance is gone. The Pottery Barn foreign policy doctrine is over. No, this column is not asserting that Colin Powell, who stands as one of the worst mistakes of the Bush Republican era, has any relevance. Quite the contrary. But I will argue here is that one of the chief benefits of President Trump's successful airstrikes, which has done grievous damage to the Iranian nuclear program, if not particularly laying waste to the Iranian regime itself, to make clear that Powell can be discarded once and for all. Powell was a terrible Secretary of State for many reasons. I do my best to pronounce them the way I think they should be pronounced. So I'm not saying that it's correct phonetically. I'm just saying that it's the way I would pronounce them if I was from there. Paul, yeah. As a critic, Powell failed when assigned a critical task during George W. Bush's signature presidential action, that being the invasion and conquest of Iraq in the years following the 9/11 attacks. The war plans for the invasion called for a pincer movement, namely that U.S. troops would penetrate Iraq from the south, invading from Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, but also from the north, coming in from our NATO ally Turkey. As Iraq had attacked both the Kuwaitis, briefly occupying and looting that country, and Saudi Arabia, it was easy to get position from those two countries and staging from their territory. But the Turks were recalcitrant. Really, negotiating skill was needed to bring them on board. Forget about wisdom or lack thereof of the Iraq War for a moment. We'll just get to that subject shortly. War was decided upon at a level above Powell's pay grade. Bush made the decision to go, and Congress made the decision to authorize it and pay for the Iraq misadventure. As such, the war was then U.S. policy, and the Secretary of State Powell was tasked with getting the Turks to allow the 4th Infantry Division to open that second front. He couldn't do it. With warehouses full of carrots and sticks available for those negotiations, Powell nevertheless failed. He couldn't defend the failures with excuses. Yeah, sure, there's always excuses. But because 4th ID couldn't go in from the north, there was no second front. While the initial invasion stage of Operation Iraqi Freedom was indeed a military marvel, what was lost was the ability to round up and neutralize elements of Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath regime before they melted into the Sunni parts of Iraq and the northwest of the country, where they became the Iraqi resistance and, in large measure, ultimately ISIS. How many Americans were killed or maimed in the years that followed as our forces did what they could to pacify the country? It's a number too grievous to mention all these years later. Powell's failure to open the second front through negotiation with the Turks still stands as one of the most famous diplomatic bloopers of the century. None of that is particularly relevant today, but Powell is also famous for something else with respect to Iraq war. This quote: "Need to understand if you take out a government, take out a regime, guess who becomes the government regime and is responsible for that country? You are. So if you break it, you own it." This became known as Powell's Pottery Barn rule, and it's utter and total nonsense. It was actually allowed to become American foreign policy doctrine during the Bush years, and an utter disaster followed. Trillions of dollars spent, thousands of lives lost, untold amounts of national prestige set ablaze, and for what? For Colin Powell's fear of being blamed? There's that certain people predisposed to hate America might hate America. What stupidity! Powell was praised for having broken barriers and attaining the heights within the U.S. government that he attained, but of course he was a mere careerist and certainly not a loyal soldier for the conservative movement that he hamstrung. The funny thing was that Powell was against the Iraq war that he went to the UN and chilled for badly, as it turned out, because the argument he used to sell the war was Iraq's supposed stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction, which never ended up being found. Rumors persisted for a year that much of Iraq's WMD stash was evacuated to Syria. If that was true, it sure would have been nice to have had 4ID closing in from Turkey to intercept that haul, no? This might all seem like old news, but to rehash it is to establish that strategic incompetence which underlay the Iraq war, which in and of itself was an example of strategic incompetence, was bombed away at Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo 2 weeks ago. I should give credit to the ace of spades, Buck Throckmorton, who on Monday did yeoman's work describing the sea change in the airstrikes in Iran represented. Our political class has repeatedly told us that only allowable solutions to pressing problems are alternatives not embraced by the majority of Americans. That's why we finally turned to Donald Trump. Just one example was the border crisis. Democrats argued for mass amnesty and a wide open border, while establishment Republicans countered by also proposing mass amnesty with a slightly less porous border. Trump laughed in all their faces, shut the border, and started deporting criminal aliens. In the matter of foreign military engagement, we have also been presented with two bad options over the past 2 decades. Massive military commitments to foreign wars, including nation building and boots on the ground in perpetuity, all with an endless airlift of fallen troops being flown home to Dover Air Force Base. Or 2, pacifism, with the U.S. never unleashing its military might, even where it is appropriate. There's a much more better option, which is President Trump just demonstrated. The use of our military to destroy what needs destroying and then leaving the mess as a lesson. If Iran attempts to rebuild its nuclear program in the coming years, we can bust it all up again. We don't have to occupy Iran or pretend it will ever become Western democracy. It can figure out whatever it wants to become, but if Iran restarts its nuclear program or exports terror again, it can also face our wrath again. Powell's Pottery Barn rule was a misapplication of U.S. post-World War II history, in which it was somehow America's moral duty to rebuild other conquered nations as Germany or Japan has been rebuilt. No such duty ever existed. Of course, we rebuilt Germany and Japan so that the USSR wouldn't do it, and then repurposed them as even more powerful enemies from within the Soviet sphere of influence. In other words, because it was in our interest to rebuild them. It was never operable in the case of Iraq nor Afghanistan. It's worth conducting, though, a thought experiment. What if we had gone into Afghanistan, laid waste to all of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban enemies we could find in 12 months in a purely punitive expedition and left? Yeah, what if we would have just glassed Afghanistan after 9/11? I know there was talks at the highest levels in the American government to just drop a tactical nuke at the training site in the before Osama bin Laden could escape. That would have got him. I mean, what if they did that? How many lives would have been saved? How much money would have been saved? The Pottery Barners would shrink. That this was merely leave Afghanistan back under Taliban control once we left. And this is different from our current reality. How? Yeah, it's back in the control of Taliban. Well, of course, trillions of dollars in military and humanitarian spending would have been in our national possession. Iraq was far more a war of choice, of course. We didn't have to go in. In retrospect, a better argument than the WMD shell game Powell played at the Turtle Bay was that the Iraqis had defeated the UN sanctions regime imposed after the Gulf War, and they had to be punished for having done so. But that's the argument of a globalist, not somebody looking out for America's interests. At the end of the day, whether Iraqis were rearming themselves for another pointless war against their neighbors or their own citizens never made a whit of difference to our national security. Once we finally saw where our interests actually lay, the Iranian regime wasn't reformed by our bombing of those 3 nuclear sites. They haven't been chastened. The country's top Ayatollah issued a fatwa, a religious hitman contract against President Trump over the weekend. And a foreign policy calculation not burdened by stupidities like the Pottery Barn rule might well consider such an offense to be fresh ground for new airstrikes. I'd rather not see those. But on the other hand, you can't put out a call to terrorists, many of whom are quite likely embedded on our own soil thanks to Joe Biden's wide open border policy for the previous 4 years, to kill our duly elected president without some notable consequence. The point is that, shorn of Powell's political idiotic rule, we consider 3 issues in an adult manner. These issues in an adult manner. We can deal with our national security problems without feeling the obligation to bankrupt our public fiscally with fresh forever wars. And therefore, the understandable gnashing of teeth by Tucker Carlson's of the world, Carlson's freak out over Iran was driven in no small part by a conviction that it would be the deep state military-industrial complex insistence on the Pottery Barn rule that would turn Iran into another Iraq can be put to bed for now. Powell has been gone for 3 years. I don't wish to exhume him for further denigration. In fact, I hope we don't have to exhume him at all. And it's worth giving Trump thanks for making it a new state of play. Yeah, Halliburton made a ton of money in Iraq. Billions were stolen by mismanagement, false documents, and job accomplishments. Yeah, a lot of contributions. Trust me, bro. A lot of paperwork. Yeah, a bunch of people from my union went to Afghanistan to do electrical work because there was a lot of people getting electrocuted. A lot of stuff was substandard, so they were getting union workers to go, and they were going on like 1 year rotations. Basically, you went there and lived there for a year, and it was like special deals. You didn't have to pay taxes on the money you earned. It was part of the deal, and you would make like $180,000 to $200,000 for 1 year working without paying taxes. I don't know. A bunch of people did it. That's all I'll say. Screw it. Let's talk about one last story. You guys have been so nice, and that guy gifted those memberships, so we'll cover one more story. So the Third Circuit has scheduled oral arguments for the July 21st in an FPC-supported lawsuit challenging a lifetime gun ban due to a nonviolent crime. You can learn more about the cases here. This is truly the last story. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Williams v. Bonney, FPC-backed challenge to federal lifetime ban on nonviolent persons. Summary. Challenge to the federal lifetime ban under the Gun Control Act for nonviolent persons. Plaintiffs Edward A. Williams. Defendants, U.S. Attorney, blah, 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 blah. Docketed case, so this is all the stuff going in. So, yeah. So, there's the case. Motion for summary judgment filed in the FPC supported lawsuit challenging says today the firearms prosecution announced that Judge John Young of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania has granted summary judgment for the plaintiff Williams v. Garland, which challenged the Federal Gun Control Act's lifetime ban on exercising second amendment rights to a single misdemeanor conviction for a crime that does not involve violence, physical harm, or firearm. It can be viewed at FPC. Yeah, so there's that. Oh, I missed this one earlier. There's the newly released CIA document confirming the fraudulent nature of the Intelligence Committee assessment notes that on December 9, 2016, the Washington Post claimed to know the outcome of the assessment before the work had even begun. That's only half the story. Around noon that day, the Washington Post published a routine article announcing that the Intelligence Community assessment was just getting underway. A few hours later, without notice, they quietly edited not just the headline, but the entire article, including the bylines, suddenly revised the piece asserting that Vladimir Putin has orchestrated Trump's election. It's almost certain that the corrupt intelligence officials were dissatisfied with the original reporting, which wasn't tailored to the narrative. They needed to preemptively sabotage Trump's presidency, so they told the Washington Post to publish a version that reflected the intelligence community's preferred narrative. To this day, no one has been held accountable for this fraud, neither at the Washington Post, which later won Pulitzers for the lies, nor within the intelligence community, which orchestrated the deception. You can see both versions of the article below. They are not two separate pieces. One is the original, and the other was inserted a few hours later using the same URL. They replaced the story entirely without being knowledge of the change. First one says Obama orders review of Russia hacking during presidential campaign, and then they changed it to secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win. And nobody got punished. And then a week later, same leakers kept the narrative going through the same reporters. Washington got a chance to reuse the stockpile picture of the Kremlin they cut for the original page. FBI in agreement with CIA that Russia aimed to help Trump win the White House. Yeah. Trying to take advantage of race-based affirmative action, Zohar Mamdani identifies as black or African American on his university application in 2009. Mamdani is a full East Indian ethnicity. Well, it says black, non-Hispanic ethnic group B, Zohar Mamdani. I mean, he was identitarian socialist. Mamdani declared that he was black to get into I don't know if it says, identitarian socialist Zohar Mamdani declared that he was a black or African American on college applications. I don't know. I mean, technically, he was born in Uganda, so technically that makes him an African. And I don't know. I mean, South Asian socialist identitarian mayor candidate Zohar Mamdani identifies as black or African American as well as Asian on his college application. The New York Times has learned via a hack of the Columbia University's application data. Millions of records were leaked. Mamdani, who was born to parents of Indian descent in Uganda, said he checked the box because identity boxes on the application weren't enough to show the breadth and scope of his ethnic and racial composition. He admitted to the Times that as a high school senior in 2009, he filled out all the forms the same way, including on his application to Columbia University, where his father taught that, and still on the faculty. The data hack was an effort to discover if Columbia still uses race-based admission programs. They did in the time Mamdani was considered in school. His Hollywood film director mother, Mira Nair, said her son is a total Desi, a term for South Asians. He's a total Desi. She said in 2013, we are not Farangs at all. He is very much us. He is not American at all. He was born in Uganda, raised between India and America. He is at home in many places. He thinks of himself as a Ugandan and as an Indian. Huh. On Thursday, he told the Times he doesn't consider himself to be either of those things he checked off on an application. Then he said he considered himself to be an American who was born in Africa. He came to the U.S. with his parents when he was 7 years old and became a naturalized citizen when he was 27 years old, 2018. He's now 33-year-old and considers himself to be a dual citizen of both Uganda and the United States. So he has dual loyalties, dual citizen. I thought that wasn't supposed to be allowed. He said his answers on his college application were an attempt to represent his complex background. Most college applicants don't have a box for Indian Ugandans, so I checked multiple boxes trying to capture the fullness of my background. Whatever. He wore blackface to try to get in Colombia, and they didn't let him into Colombia. That's the funny thing. He didn't get in. He uses his South Asian identity widely in New York City mayoral campaign, so he got into politics partly due to the fight in the Middle East of Palestinians against Israel. In a general election, he'll be running against incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who's a black man from Brooklyn. Also, technically, it's got an African-American and a Ugandan-American. That's funny. Alrighty. Ready. Alrighty. Well, I am going to say that it's been a great night. We're approaching 5 hours. So, many of your comments will disappear unless they are live. Well, there is. Hold on. There is a I can fix that. You're talking on here, Charles? Here, I can fix that. There. Now you don't have to worry about your comments disappearing or anything like that. So I just want to say that it's been a great night. Talking about in the comment section or in here on YouTube? Oh, not on here. Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, whatever. You get a wrench anyway. Good for you. I want to thank everybody for being here. Enjoy your 4th of July. It's been great. Like I said earlier tonight, when I went to the bathroom, I had played this video.
Get jumped to like it seems like,
but you know, it's the title of the video is Secret Service agents get in a cat fight in Obama's mansion. It's in the videos if you want to watch the rest of it. Finish watching it. It's there. Other than that, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for the donations. Thank you, everybody, for the tips. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sitting with me as I stumble reading the news. I'm very grateful for everyone that has been here, for all the views, and for all the support. I'll see you all tonight, the 4th of July. I will be. I did have a good bathroom visit. Thank you very much. It worked out. I will see everybody. I will see everybody tonight, Friday night, 10 o'clock. I will be streaming again with some more news, whatever the news is, and maybe we'll even get to watch some goofy videos of some people having shenanigans with fireworks. But thank you all, and come on back so Jim can tell you the news.